share the software. Join us now and share the software. Hunters can get piles of money, but they cannot help their neighbors. When we have enough free software and a call, what a call! We'll throw out this dirty license sounds evermore. When we have enough free software and a call, what a call! We'll throw out this dirty license sounds evermore. Join us now and share the software. Join us now and share the software. Hunters can get piles of money, but they cannot help their neighbors. When we have enough free software and a call, what a call! We'll throw out this dirty license sounds evermore. When we have enough free software and a call, what a call! We'll throw out this dirty license sounds evermore.
Hello. I don't have the YouTube chat open just yet, so I actually don't know if anyone's there. But if anyone is, hi to the YouTube people as well. How is everybody doing? Let me grab the thing when it loads. Hello, creature. Hello, software. Hello, Blazing Phoenix. How is everybody doing today? What are you guys been getting up to? Also, in case anyone cares, there is apparently new Cult of the Lamb DLC. I've not played the game in a long fucking time. I didn't even realize the game was still getting content. Maybe I need to actually, like, go back and, like, play more? I don't know. At some point, maybe at some point I need to actually go and do that. I actually had no idea that I was still doing stuff. This just came out, like, today. Okay. Right, that's cool. Been playing Tux Fishing. Ooh, how's that been going? I still haven't even installed the game. I don't even know what the game is. All I know is it's called Tux Fishing, and that was enough to get my attention. Here we go. Put that one there. Will I play Luanti? I've played it in the past. There we go. Put that one there. Gotta ask a obligatory question. Did you watch the JJK episode? Is today the new episode? When's the new episode come out? No, okay, the one that came out today? No, I have not. That came out at 2 in the morning here. I generally don't watch things, I generally don't watch things before stream. Usually usually when I'm having dinner is when I watch stuff. Finally caught you live. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome to whatever these streams end up being. Sometimes we talk Linux here, sometimes we don't. Usually we don't. But, you know, if you just want to see me talk shit, you're in the right place for it. If not, well, you're in the wrong place, but feel free to stick around anyway. Why are you not full screen? Oh, wait, apology. Turn that down. I just remember what this game does. I know you don't hear it. You don't want to hear it. It's very loud. Okay, now that we've done with that, let's turn it back up. Okay. Why? Every time. Is this the tale of El Dante, El Exterminador del Dominos? And his... I can't read the rest of that. I got no idea how to read the rest of that. The answer, yes. And it's actually good. AMD gaming of old. This game does things. The game does do things. You are right there. I think we're pretty much right near the end. Like maybe a mission or two from the end. Someone should make a Tux boxing game. Tux Bit VR boxing.
We made it.
That camera shake, man.
We made quite the team.
How's the audio? Do you want me to turn it up a little bit?
I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better looking. Jonas is behind the vault door. Let's not keep him waiting. And I got a bigger dick.
Yeah, how loud is it? Do you want me to turn it up a bit, or is it good? Because I can turn it up a tiny bit as well. It's fine for me. Any other opinions, or is it just one person who cares about the audio level? Why was... Who is this twink, Dante? He claims to be Dante, at least.
What's happening? They must know we're coming. Just as Cat predicted. So,
I don't believe he's Dante.
Kickstart the backup generators in Limbo to overload the system so I can hijack the quantum encryption algorithms.
That's it.
Okay, we can't, Okay, yeah, this controller's definitely, this controller's definitely dying. Can I play with the other one? Is that gonna work?
4 of them, right?
Yeah, that's right. One in each tunnel.
Yeah, okay, cool. No, that Xbox controller is fucking cooked. What do we do? I don't even know what he's saying. Oh, we go down tunnels? Yeah, I thought that controller was dying. I can't even walk with it. It just, like, I try to walk forward and it, like, or I try to run forward, it makes me walk. That control, maybe I need to, I'll see how, like, I'll see into, like, replacing the 6, maybe. I don't know. This, like, the 8-bit fine. But I don't know. I knew that controller was going bad. I didn't realize how bad it had gone. Because in Trails in the Sky, you can kind of get used to it. I think it kind of died last weekend. Fuck. I forgot what the button was. No, it's not that. Fuck. What was the thing? Shit, I don't even remember how we air dash now. How does this game work? Abilities. Angel boost. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go, we're good. Maybe I should remember those. Hello, Maple Tea Leaflet. How is it going? Welcome. Can we get out of here somehow? Jump over there? Apparently that worked. Okay, you know what? I'll take it. Will I get an off-brand Xbox controller? Technically, I already have that. In a way, you could call a 8-bit controller that. I just kind of hope that with the next-gen consoles, assuming there are next-gen consoles, they just fix the sticks. The sticks are like a known failure point for these shitty controllers. Because they're so determined to not spend the extra couple of cents to put in Hall effects sticks. Will we get an off-brand Atari controller? Is that I assume that's a thing. I know there are like modern... what do you call it? Like, there are like companies that make modern, like, early Nintendo controllers, so I assume that's a thing. Okay. God. I still don't like these. Okay, look, no. Oh! Okay. You know, kind of forgetting how to play the game and then going back right into like a late mission is not the best. Okay. What if we... Yeah, that kind of works. You know what? You know what? Somehow that kind of did the thing. I'll take it. It's good enough. Maybe the shotgun would be fine as well. Yeah. Why make controllers last long when instead you could just offer a controller subscription service instead? Don't fucking tempt them. Don't tempt them, because you know they're going to consider that. Oh, speaking of subscription, I assume you heard about the, like, the NVIDIA thing from maybe like a month or two back where they were talking about, like, subscription-based GPUs. That, I have a Hall effect controller. That is what I'm using right now. That is what my 8-bit controller is. It has, like,
one generator up and running.
It has different problems, but
I'll reboot this server.
at least that one's not a problem. Oh, what is this?
Now, line up the power conduits with the corresponding server.
Thank you. Done one, so I guess we can just go do the next one? Here? Is this the next one? Or is this the start of the mission? Oh, no, this is where I need to go. I hear a thing. Why do I hear a thing? Why do I hear? Here do I why? Is it in a fucking wall? Man, that like alert for where an item is always kind of weird. When will we get Steam Machine news again? Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. I have not heard anything. Is this the same Brody that makes Linux videos? You look very familiar. No, couldn't be. Definitely not. Okay. Okay. Nope. Right, you gotta, of course, you gotta make sure you use the red attack for that. There we go. This is Bodie Robertson. Honestly, not the worst I've heard. I have heard some, let's just say interesting names that people have tried to give me. Room better TMR. Literally anything is better than the, like, fucking sticks they use from 2005. It is kind of crazy, though, like, how much controllers have improved. Except for the, like... And yes, sticks have improved, for sure. But we're still using ancient tech for them. Even though there are replacements. And, you know what? They could even use, like, cheap, shitty replacements.
Good. Rebooting.
Like, there's no reason why you have to use a...
You can. Or you can get the other generators online.
Like, there's no reason why you have to use a good one. You could use one where, even though, like, yeah, it's TMR stick, but, like, putting too much force on it breaks it or something. Like, that's still something that's entirely possible. They could make controllers that are, like, easy to break still, and that you'd have to replace. Also, no amount of TMR is going to save you from a, throwing a controller at a wall. Boride. Oh, that's where it is. Okay. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, so... Wait, you can get up here? I don't think you're supposed to be able to get up there. Hold up, hold up. Oh, you're definitely not supposed to be up. No, you're definitely not supposed to be there. What about a touchscreen controller? Technically... Oh, maybe not technically. The PS5 controller has a touchpad. That's close enough. Bye! No! I do not want to fight here! Okay. There we go! Man, it's wild and you I studied, it's wild and you I studied my undergrad did a few years ago. See what young kids' initial instinct is to interface with a PC when sat in front of a desktop. Most want a touchscreen first. This is something that a lot of kids have no fucking idea how to play a game with a keyboard and mouse. A controller they can usually work out. I don't think that's how you're supposed to get up here. I do not think that's how I'm supposed to get up here. Hold up, hold up. How did I even do that? So I jumped here. I jumped... How did I... Wait, I don't even know what I did there. Sorry, how... Does anyone know what I did? Wait, I actually don't know what happened there. I just stopped thinking about it and I was like, oh, just jump here, jump here, jump somewhere else. I don't know what I did. I think I managed to find like a bit of solid ground somewhere. You know what? There's like a slight ledge you can jump onto. That's not how you're supposed to do that. Like, at all. Oh! As evidenced by the fact that those never spawn behind you. Yeah, I think you're supposed to jump down from there or something. Wait, Devil May Game. Yeah. Devil May... You know what? I like that. I like that one. We are the... we're the last generation that wasn't entirely digital. Okay. Okay. Their eye's a little dumb, isn't it? It should not be that easy to get an S. Okay. There we go, easy. Even my first intro to the trials was to touch the screen, even though phones won't touch it. Well, there's a pretty sensible reason for that, right? When you're a baby, you try to sort of interact with everything, right? And the most logical thing, maybe not even logical, like the most obvious thing you can do as a baby to interact with something is to go and touch the thing.
Okay.
And most other things in your life at that time, you interact with them through touching them, right? So it's the only interaction method you kind of know.
Where'd you learn to do that?
What?
That computer stuff.
Hacking? Taught myself as a kid. Guess it gave me a sense of control.
Control?
Are you...
We never had that, did we?
No. I always felt that something was amiss, hidden from me.
There we go.
So did I. It's like a burning feeling inside.
Exactly. But I knew that...
What is this
if you peeled back
dialogue,
the layers of
man?
bullshit, the truth would eventually out. Guess I channeled that energy into hacking. You? How'd you find release?
Killing demons and getting laid. But the computer stuff, that sounds good too.
What the fuck is the dialogue in this game? The concept of a mouse and keyboard isn't a self-driving connection towards the screen. Exactly. A controller you can kind of get because a controller doesn't have that many buttons to interact with, but a keyboard, you've all of these buttons, and like, why do you move with WASD? Like that, it makes sense when you like have actually used a keyboard, but if you haven't, why is it WASD? That seems like a random set of keys. It could just as easily be like, you know, ESDF, like, or, you know, TFGH. All of these are like entirely reasonable sort of banks of keys. Or better yet, why isn't it the arrow keys? There's literally keys on your keyboard that indicate movement. Oh, well, that was easy. To be fair, game controls equals toys, and mouse and keyboard aren't toy-shaped. There's that as well, yes. Like, it's a brightly colored thing where, you know, even if you... The thing with a keyboard, right? The letters on a keyboard don't mean anything if you don't know what letters are yet, right? Like, if you don't know how to read... The W-shaped symbol doesn't mean anything. Whereas, even if you don't know what the things on a controller do, or what they mean, they're shapes. On a PlayStation, they're shapes, but even on other controllers, they're colored, right? So it's the red button, it's the green button, right? So even if you don't know what they do, what they mean, you, like, understand sort of intuitively that they are different. What are we doing now? What are we actually... Mr. Hackerman. No. Do we hit a thing? What are we doing now? Oh, we have to turn this.
Done.
Repeat for all 4, we'll be set.
Oh my god, it's a fucking... It's a fucking puzzle segment. Okay.
2 to go.
Oh my god. Why is there... Okay. Okay. So we need... Okay. We need you over on that side. So we take you here. Okay, we take that there. That can take a hold of this one. Then we put you here. And then... You go... They need to be flipped. Okay, so that one needs to be here. So if we grab this... Why are we doing a fucking puzzle segment in a goddamn DMC game?
One more.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, that one... Why? Why? Why is there... You know what? As much as I said I liked this game, I changed my mind. Okay, so you need to be 2 spots over to here. Oh my god. Okay. Why did... what part of... Why would they ever... Why? Okay, so if I put this here now... Is that in the right spot? Wait, no. Hold up. Wait, actually, maybe that is right. No, that's right. That should be right. There it is.
We're in business.
What a fucking game, man. Why? Why is there a goddamn puzzle in a fucking DMC game?
You know what you have to do. You lure him out.
Well, Nintendo used... Don't forget, Nintendo used to be a toy company.
Then we go for the kill.
Any ideas how
Like, they've been around since...
We killed his unborn child.
The 1800s?
Get him rabid.
I reckon?
Got it.
But do not.
I feel like late 1800. That sounds right to me.
Until I shut down the Hellgate.
Right.
This is it, Dante. We have to put our lives into each other's hands
They still-
completely, without hesitation.
Sure, okay.
We are brothers, after all.
Brother. They still make toys. That's not like their main business though at this point, is it? Like, what is... Like, obviously they make toys for, like, Nintendo video game properties, but do they make, like, things outside of that? Because my assumption is, at this point, the toys are basically... The toys basically live off of the video games. They also used to be a hotel company. Yes, they did. Yes, that is also... I forgot about that. Nintendo's one of those companies where they were determined to never go out of business. They were like, you know what? Who fucking cares? I don't care that we're a toy company. I don't care we're a hotel company. No, we're gonna do whatever it is to make money. We will rebrand as many times as we need. They should do the Sega thing. As in become a publisher? Oh, stop making consoles? Oh no, Nintendo's not going to do that. Nintendo's the only console company that won't stop doing that. No. Xbox is going to stop doing it because Xbox is becoming a software company. Sony might have to do the Sega thing eventually. At least for their game division. Obviously not TV and other stuff, but their game division might have to do that.
Why did you kill my child?
People still buy Nintendo consoles.
I will ask you again. Why did you kill my child?
For the
You
lols.
killed my mother.
So it was revenge.
I wish Sega didn't get out of the console business.
It was more than that.
Oh,
What was the last console they made?
Freedom.
freedom. Well, you seem to have all the freedom you need. The
Dreamcast.
freedom to murder my
Okay.
heir.
I'm not talking about my freedom. I'm talking
That
about
was
mankind.
during the PS1 generation, or was it just before that? I can't remember what year the Dreamcast was.
And what would mankind do with freedom, do you suppose? Because when I arrived...
Dreamcast
they
was
had it.
PS2.
And what do you think
Oh.
they did with it?
Oh, okay.
They fought. They killed. They starved. I brought prosperity. I brought structure.
Do you want the audio to be slightly higher? It seems like it might be low right now,
What have you brought?
but if not, it's okay.
Besides violence, war.
Audio's too
death.
quiet. There we go. Should be slightly better.
Come on, Dante. Get him pissed.
You know what, Mendes? You're right.
At least it should be louder.
It wasn't for
But I can go
mankind,
up a bit
it
further as well.
It was for revenge. I gotta tell you, killing your child like that, watching it explode into little wet chunks.
They probably
giving
will be,
you
yeah.
skin like one of you little demon bitches. Priceless.
I don't remember the last time I bought a Nintendo console. Probably the Wii? Yeah, I reckon the Wii. Nokia used to be a paper mill business in 1865. Wow. Like, I knew they'd been around for a while, and that's why companies kept buying Nokia, because they wanted, like, their patents. But I didn't realize they'd been around for that long. We all kiss?
I'm going to make you watch while I eat your beating heart.
Okay. Let's shut this thing down.
Vergil has done nothing. Why do you even have a sword? You haven't swung it the entire game. Oh my god, is he gonna swing the sword? Nope, he's gonna stab with a katana. Good job, mate. You don't even know how the sword works. I'd rather buy a deck, definitely. I am really excited for the Steam Machine. I really want to know, like, what... Oh my god! He stabbed someone. It's, mate, that's a cutting sword. Oh, maybe he has a point. I really am excited for the Steam Machine. I don't know what the price is going to be, but I am excited to see what they end up doing with it.
You okay, Dante?
You took your time.
You're welcome.
I want the frame so bad. Oh, speaking of VR, has there been any progress in that KDE VR merge request? So I was going to talk about it, but I wanted more things to happen in the thread. Okay, now it seems like it's gotten too loud. Maybe back down here. I'm assuming this is the final boss. Yeah. Mundus. Unless there's another form after this.
We can kill him now?
The Hellgate is shut.
Never! Any ideas?
Nope.
See that eye of his?
Yes.
His demon child had something like that. We start there.
We'll have to get it open.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be merged into KDE, but I'm curious about
Try
it.
and get the eye exposed. Don't attack him. Just stay alive until I expose his
What if
eye.
I want to? He did the knife! Not very well, but he did the knife. I don't really care if I keep him happy with my B580.
Dante! Do something!
I don't know what the dev's doing with that patch.
Now, Dante! Get to the eye!
It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, riding up to the corridor. But the GTK merge request is the? Which merge request? Give GTK Windows 11 title button glyph. Wait, that wasn't already there? Wait, Wait,
Good save.
wait, that wasn't there? Like, I know Windows isn't the main platform, but it's been a while.
I see it. He's still in there.
How many years are we into Windows 11 at this point?
Kill him. Come on, let's go.
What if we just don't? Do you have any... No! No, we can't push him. No! No! Okay. No. You don't... No. You can't let me push a character collider. Can I... We can jump out the... We can jump out, but I don't think we can push him out. What if we... Can we, like, trap him in a corner, maybe? Wonder if his AI knows how to get out of here. He's raising up. Oh, maybe? Maybe? Oh, I don't know if we can. Why do they make it so I can push him? Okay, you know what? That's good enough. Let's leave him there. See if that breaks anything. He's not responding. He's really just gonna teleport, isn't he? Ah, you fucking loser. Don't ruin my fun.
Why was his body in there?
Mundus is merged with his physical body. That's why he's protecting it.
So if we kill his body,
We kill Mundus.
You can't do the fully square ones in GTK. They opened the door before removing the fucking bar. That's great. Not those square ones look good in the first place. That's fair, but like if you wanna look native on an operating system, you kinda want it to be whatever the operating system requires.
Vergil! No!
No, brother! Ah! Yeah, it's yeah. Well, GTK's never like Windows has never been the main platform for GTK, so it makes sense. Frankly, for a long time, anything that wasn't for a long time now, anything that isn't GNOME hasn't been the main platform for GTK, but that's a whole nother story. Come on, that should be... Okay, I guess that one, you actually gotta, like, dodge stronger? I don't know. Like, that should be perfectly fine as a dodge. Oh!
GTK3 on Windows has always used naked Adwaita, unmodified. There was a visual style conversion in the works during first half, but Win32 uses style sheets that got scrapped and later its APIs deleted in GTK4's development.
Aha! That seemed way quieter than normal. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, just jump that one. Well, it's definitely gonna be quieter for you because I just turned down my master audio. Actually, no, here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna... Oh, but this, actually... No, this will be fine, yeah. So we do that, and then I turn it down here. And then... That should be better. It's probably too loud still. But... I can now do it like this. Okay, that means the TTS is gonna get loud now. We'll see how the TTS goes. How's that? Is that too loud? Ultra Kill win. I've actually never played Ultra Kill. That seems like it might still be too loud, but... You replace GIMP with Critter. They're completely different applications. Critter's a great tool, but they're not the same thing. They're very different tools. Critter has a superset of GIMP functionality. I don't know. There's a couple of GIMP plugins I rely on. And maybe it'd be possible to do in Critter as well. Probably would be, but I don't know. I don't think the dodge has iframes. I don't think it has iframes. Maybe I've just noticed this now. Is that the end of the fight? No, that's not the end of the fight. Okay. If I get hit, I die. There we go. Oh! I would presume that for most things, you'd probably port it over to whatever Critter is using. I don't see why that wouldn't be possible. Assuming you understand graphics programming.
I did it.
Wait, maybe it was fine at here. It's just in that fight. That fight was loud. I've started to try Cosmic after using GNOME, and I love it. Have you seen the work that Mirko's doing on... What is he calling it? Singularity? Oh my god! Wait! Is this a parody of... Wait, is this a parody of, like, 2013 Twitter? Wow, this is a bit of a throwback! Shut up! That was that was an awful run. Oh, one more mission.
What's happening?
Thoughts on the Pinter project? I don't know what that is, so that's my thoughts. I don't know what that is.
Now laid bare for all to see. Revolution is in the air.
Wait, were they actually setting up for a sequel? No shot.
Just the beginning of the end for the demons. Mankind would be free.
Yes. Free from the demons.
Man, that face mocap is
clear
awful.
for us to rule.
What did you just say?
The path is clear for us to rule.
To rule what?
This. Everything.
Vergil.
You mean like Mundus?
No. No. We'll be nothing like Mundus. We'll respect our subjects, not enslave them.
Subjects?
He means you. He means humans.
I thought we were fighting for freedom.
It was his freedom we were fighting for, not yours.
Don't be so simplistic. Humans are frail. They're like children. They need protection. Not just from others, but from themselves. We, you and I, have saved them.
You and I saved them?
Who else?
A human.
Cap was useful, but
Useful.
Cat saved my life. Cat held out under torture to keep your existence a secret.
A
Cat
sequel
led
for
us
a
through the
game
town
that
to Mundus's lair. We
was
would've failed
fucking
20 times over
people
if it
hated
weren't
when it
for
came
her.
out.
listen. If you can't see the chaos that humans will cause, if you don't want the responsibility of protecting them,
And then thankfully we got
Stand
DMC
aside.
5, which is a much better game.
I'll rule alone.
I didn't help you destroy Mundus so that you could take his place. I can't let you do this, Vergil.
Oh, we're gonna fight.
And I can't let you stop me, brother.
Brother.
Stand aside.
Don't do this.
Vergil, please.
Stay out of this!
Well, I guess we're fighting Vergil. You know, it wouldn't be a DMC game without that. It's still not a DMC game with it, but it wouldn't be one without it. Tell me this isn't gonna be a cutscene. Okay, I was gonna say. Okay. When you can attack him, doesn't make any sense to me. That was not what I was trying to do there. I was trying to do the fucking spinny boy. You know what? This feels like... You know how in... Normally Vergil feels like you're fighting... Like when you fight... Oh, when you play him, it feels like you're fighting a boss. I really hope that that's not how he feels. Because I think this Vergil might be a little weak. I don't know.
Sorry, brother.
This feels like the weakest iteration of Vergil I've ever fought.
Don't be.
What am I doing? What a fight. Fuck. I keep trying to grab him, but he keeps facing away. Oh my... You know what? Maybe not having the lock on actually does matter. Wait, why was it Shadow Vergil? I will say this is definitely not a hard Vergil fight. That's for goddamn sure. Maybe it would be hard on
not too
Nephilim. Maybe.
Yes, it is.
But I don't believe it. This feels like something they did at the last second. Oh, I can't see shit. Wow, what a fight this is. Let me use my devil trigger. Oh my god, what? Is his devil trigger gonna end at some point? Oh no, we can hit him. Just slightly awkwardly. Wow, discount cut end. Oh! Wow, so scary. Man, Judging Cut End is so scary in the main games. Here it's like an actual fucking meme. Like, what is that? That's not Judging Cut End. What the fuck just happened there? Oh, we gotta deal with this guy first. Yep. What a fight this is. Do we just dodge? Is there actually no way to do damage in this state? This honestly feels like those credit fight scenes that we've had in some of the games. Where it's like, this just exists for like, the flair. I guess they want the fight to keep going a bit longer. So like, here, he can have a free heal. What? Now he's gonna heal again? Oh, so where's Dante? I wish I knew. You can actually just jump every single attack. Again, maybe it's different in Nephilim. Maybe. But, I don't know. Oh, now he's gonna heal again. Am I missing something? Is there a gimmick we need to do? Cause like, he keeps healing every single fucking time. I assume there's gotta be a gimmick. I mentioned Singularity, what's that? So Mirka Bromben is working on a GTK 4 based environment with no livid waiter. Oh! Oh, you have to kill him with Devil Trigger. Oh! Okay, I think that's what it is. I think? No? I'm so confused! What? How do we fucking finish this fight? Can we like Devil Trigger him in this when he's like this? Consider this guy dropped Devil Trigger orbs. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. I kind of wish there was somebody here who actually had finished this game. That would be nice. Okay. Come on. Wow, what a scary judgment cut end that is. The scariest part of this fight is that it doesn't fucking end. Watch the vid, okay? How do we finish the fight? Ah, okay. I think we soft locked it. I think we soft locked the game. Try going Devil, I guess. No, I think we soft locked it. Amazing. Well, that's a clip. Yeah, let's see that video. Well, I'm gonna do the fight again. I just want to see how we get through this segment. Zero bugs or exploits. There's no fucking exploits. There's certainly bugs, though. Okay. Well, are you playing at fucking 3 FPS? Oh, yeah, you're ready to do that. Okay, so he does that. Oh, okay, so I guess that's... Okay, sure. Can we skip...
What's happening?
We can't skip the fucking cutscene. We gotta rewatch the opening cutscene.
Rainbows collapsed into the real world. What was once hidden is now laid bare.
Oh my
for all to
god.
see. Revolution is in the air.
I never believed I'd live to see this day.
Just the beginning of the end for the
Okay.
demons.
mankind would be free.
Yes. Free from the demons. The path is clear for us to rule.
Don't you love it when old games don't have a cutscene skip option?
The path is clear for us to rule.
To rule what?
I love that. It's so great.
This. Everything.
Vergil.
You mean like Mundus?
No. No. We'll be nothing like Mundus. We'll respect our subjects, not enslave them.
Subjects.
He means you.
Hopefully we don't soft lock it this time. That would be
Fighting
nice.
for freedom.
It was his freedom we were fighting for, not yours.
Install a cutscene skipper
So
mod.
simplistic.
I don't know if anyone's made one for this game.
Humans are frail. They're like children. They need protection. Not just from others, but from themselves. We, you and I, have saved them.
You and I saved them?
Who else?
The infamous cutscene
A
before
human.
fighting Riku. It was I,
Cat was useful,
Ansem,
Useful.
the Seeker of Darkness.
Cat saved my life. Cat held out under torture to
Kyrie-
keep your existence a secret.
Kyrie's inside
Cat
me?
led us through the tower to Mundus's lair. We would have failed.
How long
20
is that
times over
cutscene?
if it weren't for her.
Listen,
Because I've seen it probably like,
if you can't see the chaos
I don't know,
that
at
humans will
least
cause,
70 times.
if you don't want the responsibility of protecting them, then stand aside. I'll rule alone.
I didn't help you destroy Mundus so that you could take his place. I can't let you do this, Vergil.
And I can't let you stop me, brother.
Brother.
Stand aside.
Don't do this.
If you lock the Goron sword,
Stay out
the
of this.
Goron sword, and use it instead, you can't defeat him until you switch back. I see. I don't know what the Goron sword is. Machine, this cutscene is insane. Well, hopefully the game doesn't soft lock this time, because I know how I'm supposed to finish it. The only problem is L3, R3 is a really awkward combination. This would have been cool if I hadn't already seen it. Yo, Squiggy, how's it going? You missed the soft lock, so we're doing the fight again. Okay. Oh, you were here? Cinema. What a fight. I wonder if we can bait him into attacking faster. I'm using my Xbox controller's broken, so I'm using the 8-bit Do now. Okay, the reason why it's awkward is the timing is very tight. If you're within, if you're like more than 10 frames apart, it doesn't work. Maybe even less than that. If you're like 5 frames apart, it doesn't work. Okay. Yep. High quality gameplay. I don't know how you managed to make the Dante Vergil fight in any of the other games, and you're like, this is what people want. Oh, he breaks out of that as well? There we go. Knock into another cutscene. It's not really an issue. Like, pressing it's fine. It's just the timing is real awkward in this game. I'm used to both controllers at this point. Like, it's not a big deal for me, really. Like, he doesn't even knock you back with it. So, like, you actually can't get hit by Judgment Cut End. That's how broken it is in this game. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why he spawns that early, so that you can prepare for the end of the fight. I see. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, did not jump far enough there. Vergil in any other game would be so much more of a problem. He just slides around in this fight. Oh! If you're... I can't even fucking see what's happening. Okay. Almost done this time. Assuming we don't soft lock him. There we go. I haven't played Dante's Inferno yet. I actually need to at some point. Also, at least install Chuck's mission. Yes, I need to do that as well.
I am begging you. Please stop.
He just said like 2 minutes ago that he wants to turn you into a slave. Vergil's really enjoying this. Maybe a bit too much. Brother, you have white hair now!
The world is under my protection now.
You've chosen the wrong side. You're not human, Dante. You never will be.
What a game. The main character is Dante. At least he claims to be.
I don't know who I am anymore.
I know exactly who you are. You are Dante. Nothing more and nothing less.
Why just random footage of the game studio? Who are these bozos? No kiss? Oh my god, it's Fedora Vergil. Wait, are you telling me there's early concept art of every character and they looked cooler? Yo, Yogi! How you doing?
Self-medicating, craving punishment. Blaming myself for a world on fire. No more shame. No more pity. No more.
Who are these fucking bozos? I like the TV news boss. I did as well. I think that was probably my favorite segment. The nightclub was a pretty cool segment as well.
From a bleeding mouth. Swallows pride with a swollen tongue.
We'll check it out in a moment.
Nothing. Life in a shallow grave. Too ashamed to feel joy. Life collecting dust.
Can we skip this? We can. D. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean it took us 14 minutes? That wasn't a 14-minute fight. Surely not. One death? I didn't die. What the fuck do you mean? Wait, did it count the mission restart as a death? That's so fucking stupid. Oh, Son of Sparta difficulty. Do you know what we have? We have Vergil's downfall. Now, what is this? What are these links you got me? GTK work on Windows from Alex Larson from 15 years ago. Last few weeks I've been working on GTK Plus Win32 port since the client side Windows work landed in GTK 2.18. The Windows port has been a bit broken, but now I finally sat down and fixed the remaining issues. So the newly released... Why do you word wrap like that? Don't word wrap like this. If your site word wraps like this, fix it. That's awful. Then I forward ported all the work to the current GTK 3. It was mostly trivial, but one thing that changed a lot in GTK 3 was theming. The old Windows theme was mostly a custom theming engine, but GTK Plus 3, we want to use engineless in favor of CSS, so to completely redo the Windows theme using CSS. Okay. More Windows themes. Didn't look quite right since the initial CSS machinery has gotten a bit more capable. Okay. Windows 7, sure. And since 3, it wasn't removed API-wise into GTK 4. Since the final and finished state of Win32 is still in GTK 3 source code, you can try it to this day. I see. Look at the screenshots. Mainly the switches. Okay. This looks that's a bit odd. This looks okay. Like, it's not great. This kind of looks like a... If you told me to make a Windows theme without showing me a picture of Windows. Just like, I've got to remember Windows from memory. They use buttons and scroll bar textures to retrofit switches. Right. Oh, the thing I was mentioning before. Sorry. The thing about singularity. What is this? Here we go. The GTK 4, but not libadwaita environment. That still looks a lot like GTK 4. So, still looks a lot like libadwaita. Still looks a lot like GNOME. But, you know, I think it's cool when people just try things out like this. Even if it's not a thing that I would personally use. I think it's neat. Also, having a, an application bar is nice. That's always nice. I don't know. I like people experimenting with stuff at the end of the day. I'm all in on Cosmic, though. Fair enough. Fair enough. It is time. To do the Vergil side of the game. Ah, yes. Devil Hunter. You know what? I think we just go Nephilim. I think we do Nephilim this time. Devil Hunter was way too easy. We can always swap back. I know we can change the difficulty for each mission. So if that is a problem, sure. And yes, only Vergil tutorials. Wait, so is this actually like a... Wait, is this not just the same thing? Usually that's what it is. They put effort into this? What the fuck?
What happened to us, Father? Dante betrayed me. There's nothing left for me here.
This is... home?
What is... What? Wait, what is...
Vergil. Vergil.
Mother?
They actually put effort into this. It's not just Dante's play...
What is this place?
It's not just Dante's playthrough. Okay. Right, okay, this is gonna be interesting then. Okay, do we have... Okay, we do have that. We only have a sword. I don't know if we get 2 weapons with Vergil. I assume we would. Oh my god. We don't have a double jump. Okay, we don't have the double jump. Good to know.
My amulet. It's gone.
Oh no! Okay, so we can teleport enemies to us. Can we... We can teleport... Okay. Right, so it works the same way as with Vergil. Oh, yeah, with Dante. We definitely don't have our full toolkit yet. Oh, you can evade with either button? What? Okay. We definitely need to unlock some stuff with Vergil first, before I think the combat's really gonna shine. He doesn't feel crazy OP, unlike Vergil in most games. Because Vergil at the start of most games is just entirely busted.
Poor Vergil. Are you lost?
Wait, do we not keep the upgrades from the other side? How easy is it to make a KDE plasma widget? I am not the person to ask about that. I've not made one. Oh! I would assume probably not crazy hard, depending on what you want to do, I guess. I guess take a look at ones that exist and go from there. Ooh, we can break it. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck's the camera do? Okay. Ooh, camera! Oh! Bird! Oh! This is a whole new enemy type! And they are very easy, apparently. you would have thought like with a new enemy type, they would be like, let's actually, especially because you kind of expect to play this afterwards, you would think they would start difficulty higher. But it seems like, how did that even miss it? It seems like they basically started at like the start of the game, which makes sense, I guess, considering that it is technically the start of another story. It is just weird for the game for it to be a sequel to the main story, and it's also just suddenly get easier as well. But I'll take it. Give me a chance to get used to the combat for Vergil. What will happen in the end of this? The game will end. I don't know. Who knows? We'll find out. Oh, so we don't even have Judgment Cut unlocked right now. Wait, does Vergil not get a... Vergil doesn't get a double jump. Oh, at least right now. Maybe he unlocks something. So there's stuff there that we can't use yet. I guess... Okay, so it's... 1, 2, and then pause. Okay, okay. I guess let's grab... Yeah, let's get Judgment Cut. Why not? Man, that's way less cool than main series Judgment Cut. It's a lot easier to execute, though.
You're dead.
What?
You're trapped here, just like me. But you can escape. You still have a chance. The light. Find the light and get out of here.
Everything is bright here. It's on fire. What do you mean? Okay. Find the light. Bye. Oh. I thought he'd already died. You know what? I already kind of like Vergil's gameplay. The not having a double jump is gonna feel kind of weird, but considering fights are not the same ones that you had with Dante, I guess I would hope it'll be fine, but we'll see. There's only one way to find out. Can I, Yeah, okay, okay. Desktop in the Balatro engine. Desktop in the Balatro engine. That means what exactly? Like, your desktop is powered by Balatro? Okay. Oh, okay, so you actually have to... So you can't use Judgment Cut in the air. Oh my god. Okay. And bonk. You know what? This actually might be the first DMC. Like, I don't hate his combat, but I think this might be the first DMC game where playing as Vergil actually feels weaker than playing as Dante. And I did not think it was possible. And it might just be the fact that I don't have his full toolkit yet. But it actually does just feel weaker. Linux desktop engine in Guess some environment. There's actually no reason why you couldn't do that. Now, should you? Probably not. But Godot, you can do a lot more in Godot than most people probably realize. Like, Godot itself is made in Godot. Oh. Okay. Woo! Almost missed that. Oh, there. God damn it! Not even failing in a fight, failing in a fucking parkour segment. Oh my! I forgot I didn't have double jump. Okay. Okay. And then go over here, take this, take this, take this, take this, and now we're good. Okay. Much better. Fuck. Okay. I think Dante's combos, like, they feel like they flow better together. I don't know. Vergil feels like Vergil does feel like, in many ways, it's like a tacked on experience. What? You can clip into the ground? I was being blocked by something. Okay. This definitely does feel, though, maybe it's just the fact I'm playing the hard difficulty, that's why it feels weaker. Because I actually just do take more to kill things now. I don't know. You know, that could be why it feels... That actually could be why it feels slightly off. I don't know. There we go. Do I like coffee? I'm mainly an iced coffee drinker. But I do drink the occasional regular coffee as well.
Vergil, wait! You're in danger.
Hey, Vergil. You're not going anywhere. How does it feel, brother? To be beaten again?
Right. Yeah, there you go. Bees. That makes a lot more sense. See, I don't know how I was getting constant fucking S's with Dante. Let's take this. Maybe we should be using swords more. I don't know. Looks like Timus is doing the episode 1 remake on YouTube in a couple of days for Detective Conan. Ooh. Crosses. So I guess we don't have the side missions here?
Look at you.
Who are you?
You failed. Your father gave you everything. And now you have nothing. Everyone you care about, everyone you love, has turned their back on you. How does it feel? My heart.
Brody, play a cat girl video game.
But what?
It has been a while since we played just weeb garbage on here, hasn't it?
Another chance.
What was the last thing? Neptunia?
Bird.
Probably Neptunia.
Cat, you're still alive. Cat was useful.
Useful.
Cat saved my life.
Vergil, please.
Stay out of this!
Where am I?
I do think the cutscene style they've gone for Vergil's section is actually really cool.
Cat?
No, Vergil, stay back! Vergil! Help me, please!
Cat! I'm coming!
Cat! Oh! Angel mode. Angel Yamato for quick strikes against multiple enemies. Oh, okay. Fuck off. Okay. Okay, now Vergil's really starting. Yeah, okay. We just had to get some abilities first. I was saying, I thought he felt a little bit too weak before. That makes a lot more sense now. Okay. We're just missing some tools. Why play a character when you turn yourself into one? Buy yourself Twin Tails customizable VTuber model today. You know, if I didn't know who you were, I would have assumed that was like an actual ad and you're trying to sell some services. No. Okay. Okay. And there we go. Can you get in the arena, please? God damn it! That was so scuffed. Brody, the cat girl. The cat girl for April 1st. Every time I go to a family event now, they ask when am I going to be in a maid dress again. Every single time. By the health. Oh, okay, so the cross is just a health upgrade. Okay, I see. We can go 2 ways. Let's go this way. I don't know if one of these has like a secret in it. The other one doesn't. Probably. Okay, so that's just going to take us directly up to there. What if we go the other way? Can we go the other way? Can we get back? The answer to that is a yes. I do have an idea for this year. I don't want to spoil it, but I do have an idea. That seems... Oh, secret. I know, I just enjoy doing April Fool's stuff, especially as time goes on and less people do it. Because there's a lot of people that kind of just, they think April Fool's is kind of cringe and just don't like it. I enjoy just randomly deciding to make a video that is just utter nonsense. Where the fuck is that? Graduate from YouTube, turn to a farmer. As much as that life sounds kind of nice, we're not doing that. I liked the Wayland Shield one. That was fun. What do you mean? Are you sure that's you're thinking April Fools and not just my channel? Why is it... Why can my fucking knock-up get blocked by the ground? What is that horrible game design? Why would you do that? No! No! Bye. The big Wayland one. Oh, fuck, I don't remember this. When did I do... Wait, when was that? I actually don't remember.
Vergil!
I'm like, it rings a bell. But see, the problem is I make too many videos that sometimes people remind me of videos that I've made. Like, did that actually happen?
Over here!
Where are the enemies? Okay. No! I just launched myself off the map. I think he's soft locked. Oh no, no, we're good. Okay. Okay. Okay, and I don't want to. I don't want to launch myself over there because I know what's gonna happen if I do. Yes, we good? Can we go now? No. Oh, why are you back there? How are you back there? See, sometimes I actually go to make a video. I'm like, wait, have I already done this? Like, have I made this video before? This has happened probably a good, at least 5 times. Now, sometimes it's fine to cover it again because it's like, you know, it's an update to project, things like that. But other times, like, there is no reason to make this video again. Okay. Wait. And I'm trying to get a triple F, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm keeping up the S as long as I am. Usually I would have made a mistake by now. But sometimes, you know, every so often there's this situation where I actually start playing the game, maybe not well, but at least well enough. Maybe if I did a knock up there. I don't know. I feel like everything was kind of easier on Dante. And it could just be the difficulty I'm on. Maybe the difficulty makes the ranks harder as well.
Cat, are you okay?
I'm fine. But you're dead. It's funny you had to die to understand humanity.
The remake? The remake of what?
I rescued you from demons, remember? I gave you a home.
I just realized, where are the subtitles?
You used me and you betrayed me.
Everything you hate me for, it had to be done.
Really? You deceived us, Vergil.
There's no remake. What do you mean?
Dante. Now that's a real man. You're weak. Almost pitiful. You'll never be half the man he is.
Do you mean the definitive edition? Most of it's the same. It's just bug fixes and extra DLC. One thing I'm tempted to do is just randomly upload a cooking video. I think that would be funny. Man, the time we're kind of failing on. Should be a B? Yeah. Oh. Okay, so that's a B knocker. Interesting. So regular B is not a knocker. What a weird choice. I would have made those the other way around. Take that. I'd watch a cooking video. I'm sure people would just to be like, why the fuck is Brody uploading a cooking video? Growler's gonna time to go to sleep now. Save you in taxing day. Enjoy your sleep. Get some rest.
I killed her. And you are stronger now. Isn't that what you always wanted? Power.
Power.
Absolute power, Vergil. You are a son of Sparta.
I think the problem is a lot of companies started getting like...
Of Sparta.
Why is my health bar here? Why have we lost health and the mission hasn't even started? Why are we losing health in a cutscene?
Welcome to hell, brother.
I don't have a brother anymore.
Cute. You know, I was the one running away, living in the slums. You enjoyed a comfortable life. Look who's on top now. You don't belong anywhere. Guess that's why you're here. Well, that and because I killed you.
So I've got the high ground!
I'm liking the new look. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think the problem with April Fool's Day is a lot of companies started like... It got real weirdly corporate adopted. You know, companies especially companies announcing things that people want. And it's like, no, that's a joke. Don't you get... Guys, don't you get it? It's April Fool's Day. We announce a thing that everyone wants. It's April Fool's Day. KFC console. Okay, that's a bit different. Ooh. Oh, okay. What the fuck? I don't know how I like heavy mode for this. I don't know, heavy mode feels just kind of weird with Vergil. that's just me. Oh my god, I fucking hate that. Again, whose idea was it? Whose idea was it to make it so you can, like, your sword get stuck on the ground when you want to do a lift? What a stupid idea. Fire that person. Never let them work in a video game again. Okay. Okay, and there we go. The fact that KFC dating sim's real, yeah, look, I wouldn't put anything past. KFC's a weird brand.
Big brother.
Wendy's is another one of those real weird brands. And then you have McDonald's Japan. They just did a fucking, like, McDonald's Japan just did a fucking Bad Apple parody recently. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Public transport.
Where are you, Dante?
Wendy's nuts. True, brother. Hey, that's neat. Oi. Honestly, like, I think as we get more tools, I think Vergil kind of does start to work. It still feels a little awkward, though. His heavy is definitely not as... I assume we're not going to get 2 weapons either. So we're probably not going to get a better version of it. I think Angel mode works really well. The Demon mode, not so much. Oh, Devil Trigger. Oh, wait, we have spiral swords? Wait, I didn't even know that. Oh, so that's a Devil Trigger move. So, okay, that costs 3 bars. That costs 3 bars to use spiral swords? Alright. That feels overkill to me. But I don't know, maybe, oh my god. Maybe that's just me. God, that move is so bad. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, shielded enemies with Vergil's, at least right now, it's gonna be real scuff. Till I get like the vibe down for it. Okay, so we do heal as well when we're in devil mode, like Dante does. Oh, okay. So that attack does way more than I thought it did.
Where did he go? Stop running, Dante!
What is my favorite food at McDonald's? The McNuggets.
Stop following me around.
100% McNuggets. In fact, I don't order anything else at McDonald's. If I'm gonna get a burger, I'm gonna go literally anywhere else. The burgers are garbage.
You're gonna pay for this.
And I don't know why anyone would subject themselves to a McDonald's burger, like, just intentionally. I get it if you just, like, if you're hungry and you can't afford a better burger, but, like, if you have options, I would go anywhere else for a burger. I only go to McDonald's for their toilet. Fair enough. I used to work in McDonald's, so there's that. I know a lot of people say they can't eat at McDonald's because, like, they know how people work there. I don't really, like, I know that most restaurants are disgusting, right? Like, even sit down restaurants, a lot of those are absolutely disgusting. Again, I know people that work at restaurants who have told me stories. Unless you're going to, like, a really nice place, like a Michelin star restaurant, yeah, you're probably getting garbage. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. Maybe spiral sword to the waist there. I don't know. Probably was. Where do you get cheeseburgers and fries? I'm not really much of a cheeseburger fan. Like, if I want a burger, there's much better burgers than a cheeseburger. Honestly, my go-to with burgers is chicken burgers. Or as an American would say, a chicken sandwich. Chicken burger.
Coward.
Wait, does this just keep going until like it does enough damage? I guess, yeah, it does. Why can I not use the fucking lift on any of these fucking zones? Why can the sword clip into the ground for the lift? Who thought that was a good idea? damn it. Oh my god, the range on that is so small. It's actually useless. Are KFC chicken burgers better than Red Rooster chicken burgers? Red Rooster's gone through a lot of sort of reworks recently, but I would still say, yeah, KFC is still better. Where's the enemy? I'm not in combat. Oh my fucking god. What? Oh, so there's a thing. There's literally a thing down there. Why can't I get to it? Oh, I can. If you're just slightly in the wrong spot, though, it just kills you. In the past, I would have said there's no shot. Like, Red Rooster was garbage in the past. Do we have Popeyes in Australia? Not right now.
You have nowhere to go.
Last year there was talks of Popeyes setting up here. We do have Carl's Jr., so I don't know. If you like Carl's Jr., that's the thing. I know Jollibee's also going to be setting up here as well. I don't know if that ever happened. Not in my state. That's the thing, right? A lot of things just don't happen in my state. Well, if they do, you should try it. They're my favorite chicken. I hear good things about it. He is Jollibee. He is here. Someone say Jollibee.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that there was talks last year of Jollibee setting up stores here. I don't think it ever happened yet, or has happened yet, or is... I don't know. I'm not aware of a Jollibee here.
Good.
No,
No!
please don't.
Please don't!
You don't need it anymore.
You haven't taken a seat! Only thing I know Jollibee for is a rag in their food one time. What? Why has it got the keyboard binding there? Oh, no, it's fine. It's not back. Okay. Do I like mozzarella sticks? I don't think I've ever had a mozzarella stick. Oh, it's a knockdown. So you knock it. Ah, that's why it sucks. Okay, I was using it wrong. That explains it. That's usually a good using it wrong. So you're supposed to, rather than using it as like a ground hit, it's supposed to be used as a knockdown. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, you mentioned that that jelly thing I sent to you yesterday. Like, you've been to that place.
You took his amulet. It's useless. It only responds to Dante.
She gave it to him. Remember? He was always her favorite. You know that. The way she admired his impulsiveness, how he followed his heart. You should find
You gotta
her.
love VTuber fans. You gotta love the You gotta love them. Let me just show the thing for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about. I will. Okay, well, I will when I can pause it. Woman. Fucking flawless timing. Right on the scream. Okay, let me just show you the state of VTuber fans. Did I like the post? I did like the post, yes. I'm gonna mute music. The absolute state of VTuber fans. This is real. Someone paid for this. Just a bunch of regular people have gotta see Jerry on an orb. Have I tried buffalo wings? Yeah? Okay, now that ability makes way more sense. Okay. Oh, God. There we go. Praise the job. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Don't worry, Mother. Your nightmares will soon be over.
Did the voice director just not tell them how to act these lines? Don't worry, Mother. Your the fucking life won't be in danger, but whatever the fuck you just said, I don't remember. There was so little emotion, I don't even fucking remember it from 2 seconds ago. This way? Not. Let's go! Thank you, random fucking branch. Think what it is they're doing here. 100 times cheaper than whatever Hololive fans paid for to get in Times Square. Yeah, for sure. But even so, it's just as cool. Making normies acknowledge VTubers, that's always fun. Why does my knockup not fucking work? Why does it get stuck on the ground? Who thought that was a good idea? Because it does not happen with Dante at all. I guess you, like, using the heavy knockup probably makes more sense then. Because of how fucking broken this game is. But okay, heavy knockup doesn't work on shielded enemies though. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Yeah, that knockup's not definitely nowhere near as consistent. But the other one doesn't fucking work because they programmed the game wrong. I guess maybe you could use like light knockup. Like that. What are I doing? And yeah, we should have used spiral swords as well. I don't know why I just forgot to use that. I had that there the entire time, just forgot about it. For a second I thought it stole my fucking swords. No, we're good. I do like that it just doesn't have a it doesn't have a time limit. It just keeps going forever. Or like, I guess keeps going until it does the damage. So you can just like set it up. There's actually no reason not to set it up early. Unless there's like other abilities you want to use.
Almost there.
Like, it's actually just free damage. Okay. And there we go. Easy. Holy shit, they go down quickly. Wow. Oh, wait, they actually dropped it? Oh shit. I guess it was becoming kind of like a liability for them at that point. Breaking, Honey has just been terminated from the Rakuten network. Email below shared by a user on LinkedIn. Wow. Oh, it's Eric. That's actually crazy. Okay. I kind of expected nothing to really happen, like, after the original stuff. Ah, nice. I thought people would have, like, moved on, but I guess enough people working there probably were like, hey, we probably should do something about this. Probably want to... Oh my god, it has to spin. So I probably want to deal with this now before it becomes a problem later. go. One thing I do really like about this game is it really makes you feel like in the mainline games, because the combos are more complicated, it does take a little bit more to feel really powerful in mainline DMC. When you do, like, you feel really, really powerful. Here, like, yes, you are scuffed Vergil, but like, the... Okay, be careful about that. But you just don't really have that same level of power that you do in the mainline games. Why don't I have Super Chat on? Because that channel's not monetized. Also, pretty much in the video where he talks about what he found after reading Honey source code. He found a bizarre JavaScript and JavaScript virtual machine. What? Okay. We actually might die in this mission. I kind of got to be a little careful. Yeah, I'm not sure. Without seeing it myself, I wouldn't be sure exactly what he's saying, but that certainly does sound sketch. Oh, they're back. No! Oh my... Nope, that was... that was not... Do we... Hey, we do not have the tools to deal with you right now. I will say I do appreciate generally that the what do you call it? The checkpoints in this game are pretty solid. Okay. Jose! Yeah, there we go. Should have got that out before. No! Fuck, I took a hit. Come on, get down here. The fucking look, the zoom in on his face every single time. I'm definitely missing some tool to deal with this. Because we could just, wait, can we? I don't think we can. I Yeah, like we can hit that with glue on Dante. We can't do that here. So we're like actually just not able to attack those in the same way. Okay. Nope. Fuck. Like it's still, you can still take him out just fine. It's just slightly more awkward. They embedded a JavaScript compiler written in JavaScript to bypass the Chrome Web Store rule. Oh! Okay. Okay, so they basically made a custom runtime for it. Okay, okay. That seems very much against their rules. Why does it not feel like I'm running downstairs even remotely? Yeah, that seems like a big no-no to me. Imprisoner.
Hey, you! Leave her alone!
Oh, great, when he's enraged, he's invincible. I think? Okay. Oh yeah, now we just have to wait. I assume? I don't actually know. It's not actually clear how his enrage works. Oh wait, when he throws something, does that take? Does that? I was gonna say, does that like throw off some of his armor when he does like the thing? I don't know. When he does like when he throws out the attack? I don't know, maybe.
I'm so glad you're here.
Why is it still in the Chrome and Firefox store?
I would never see
That's
you
a
again.
good fucking question. Probably because there hasn't been a lawsuit yet.
Vergil, what's happened?
He's dead.
How?
It was me.
What?
I killed him.
You killed him?
Hobo Vergil.
How could you? He was your brother.
He was your favorite. I could never be like him. Always waiting in his shadow, always second best. Well,
you're not wrong though.
Not anymore.
We have Hobo Dante and Hobo Vergil.
I always loved you equally. You saved me from this to break my heart. Why? Look at me, Vergil.
I'm here to say goodbye.
What have you become? We gave you power, and you used it to kill. After everything we taught you.
Everything you taught me was wrong. All you gave me was power, nothing else.
I brought you into this world, gave you love. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Where's your heart?
I have become the
I no longer have one, Mother.
I'm actually so happy that DMC 5
Goodbye.
doesn't exist when this game came out, because they would have done something with that song. If this came out after 5, you know they would use it. I think we're just gonna get a beef everything this time. Wow. Wait, right, and then AX. I'm sorry, what? Surely you could have thought of a better combo than that. Okay. Okay. Why not?
You've done it. How does it feel?
Power. I need more power.
Power!
You have some.
Wait. Stop with the fucking ads! I want to show a thing! I want to do a funny thing! I don't care about your stupid Hungry Jack's bullshit! The joke too long to get here, but we got there eventually.
This is mine.
Then I'll take it.
Hollow Vergil. There's an attack I have on A. How does that? There's an attack on AX, but every time you use it, you also jump. I think this one might actually be slightly harder this time. Vergil as Vergil might be a slightly harder fight. Oh, are you serious? Do we jump? No? How do we dodge that? Oh, okay, you actually have to dodge it last minute. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so it's actually right at the end. Any earlier and you fuck up. Oh my god. Why is Vergil harder as Vergil? I actually don't know. There is a certain level of irony that Vergil is actually... This sort of like proves my point that Dante in this game is way more powerful than Vergil. Fuck you! No! We're gonna have to watch the cutscene every time?
You've done it.
No!
Power.
Oh! No!
You have something that belongs to me. This is mine. Then I'll take it.
Okay, this is gonna be something. We actually gotta be really careful. Oh my god. And that did nothing. Oh my god. Oh, why? Why is Vergil harder as Vergil? We are Vergil fighting Vergil. Okay. Now to the annoying part of the fight. We're probably gonna have to see that opening cutscene a bunch of times, because this fight's actually kind of cool. Okay. 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 Woo! Fine. Fine. I dodged that. I dodged that. I dodged that. Come on. Okay, the timing on that's actually fucking awful. What do you mean? What was that? Okay, by jumping, that one's way more consistent. What? Yeah, always jump that. Don't even try to actually fight it. Okay. I don't like this fight. And the fun part is The fun part is Vergil's Devil Trigger. Vergil's Devil Trigger doesn't heal him.
You've done it.
Ooh.
How does it feel?
I think the game's overall pretty good. This fight is awful, but
more power.
I think the game actually, like, combat-wise, the game's great.
You have something that belongs to me.
This is mine.
This is mine!
Then I'll take it.
I really wish I could just skip that fucking cutscene. Really? What the fuck was that? Okay. Huh? Also, he can knock out my spiral sword, which is very annoying. Okay, first stage done. I think that went slightly better that time. Still not great, but slightly better. Way too early. And then we dodge with swords. I think we just have to be, like, hyper-aggressive with him. And try to get hits in wherever we can. I dodged that. I dodged that. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not good. What the fuck? Okay. 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 Oh, the timing's wrong. Okay. No! There we go! There we go! That sucked. That was awful. I hated that.
You deceived us, Vergil. Me and your brother.
You don't belong anywhere.
What have you become? Where's your heart?
Incredible. SSS! Wow, is this going to be our first high-ranked mission? Okay, going back to the menu still counts as a death. I thought we could cheese it. I thought we could cheese it by just leaving the mission. Apparently not. Okay. That's fine. Let's grab that. Yes. What a weird attack. We could remove it and put it on something else that makes sense. Surely, like, surely Vergil's segment isn't going to be as long as Dante's. Surely not. What did I miss? I don't know when you left, so I'm not sure.
This time, it'll be different.
Oh, unless this is the end? We're starting all devil triggered out. Oh! He had in-engine cutscenes. What am I doing? How am I getting hit by this? Okay. Oh, we got a triple S! Sensational! And we go down to this. Okay. And knock you. Considering this is where we started the game, I'm assuming that this is possibly the last mission. In which case, I guess we go early react, but I'm not sure. We'll see. Vergil Summer Kakui! Yeah, maybe a little bit. There's another secret. Where you hiding? Oh, it's up there. How the fuck do we get up there? Maybe you could bounce off the head of an enemy when there was one alive still. Problem with the game is character design. Gameplay's not that bad. Yeah, that's my general stance on it. Yeah. Now don't get me wrong. There are gameplay problems with it. But for the most part, I think the game itself is actually really fun. And like having a kick down. But you might argue that's a skill issue on my part. I think the main issue with the combat is the what do you call it? Is the broken lock-on. The broken lock-on is a little problematic. Yes, flying enemies in an area where I can fall off the map. My favorite. Okay, and... Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. Nope. Woo! Where are your throwable swords? Here they are. Throwable sword. You might say, that seems a lot less cool than real Vergil. You would be right. Okay. Okay. And where? Thank you. Yep, perfect. Please all die. Perfect! Look at that. Knock him in the... Yeah, you know what? Sometimes the environment works in my favor. Sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. Oh, the hold is a knocker. Ah, okay. Oh, yay, these guys are back. Okay. Nope. Okay. Oh my god, I'm actually... At least for like a moment? For a moment there, we were playing well. Every time. Like, that stops being cool when it happens literally every single encounter. Why does he constantly fucking face the camera? Okay. Woo! Imagine a chainsaw enemy was hit kill like a Resident Evil 4. I've said this before, I've never played a Resident Evil game. Hey, that's something I probably should change at some point. No, we are not going over there. You can get over here. Thank you. Come on. Oh, yay. The shielded enemies are back. Okay, take you out. Fuck! Okay, come on. We're almost dead, but I don't want to die. Okay. Okay. So that does. Okay. So the body double, that one does restore your health. Okay. We don't have much health to restore, but it's definitely feels required at that point. Okay. Okay, and there we go. Oh my god. Woo! Nephilim definitely made me engage with the game a little bit more. Holy shit. I should have played Dante's run on Nephilim. Like, yeah, we'd probably be there longer. But, like, I actually have to, like, play the game. Okay, up here. Woo! Should not have done that jump early. Okay. Will I install a god mod? That's just me playing. What do you mean? No! Oh my god, it did 2 bars. Okay, okay. What? That was over that. Fuck you. Okay. Oh, wait. The game has carries? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Nope. No! What? What is happening? We played so well earlier. One death and immediately lock out. Fuck! Okay. Oh my god, something dropped some health. Okay. Oh yay! Now it's gonna do this. Woo! Nope. Okay. Come on. We're going fine so far. We just need to not die here. Okay. No. Woo! Okay. I don't like those guys.
am free now, Father.
I don't think you're free. Righto! They actually did set up a sequel. They actually set up a sequel. They thought this could get a sequel. That's wild. Do you know what the sequel is? The DMC anime. Why is there no music for his credits? B! Like everything. Brody soft locked the credits song. Oh, so we didn't even end on a boss fight. So, what? That feels so tacked on. You didn't even have a boss fight at the end. It was just a gauntlet of enemies. Okay. Okay, well, I didn't think we'd finish all of this today. I didn't realize how short it was. So, I guess this is an open slot for next time. Yeah, I guess this is an open slot. Huh. We'll do reacts for the rest of the day. Yeah. We'll do reacts. But what do we put in the slot? Because I was saying, oh, like, we could, you did say, like, do a stream of Hytale. Do I not own Metal Gear Solid? Okay, apparently I don't even own Metal Gear Solid. I do want to do that. I guess play the PS1 version. I don't know. I do want to do Metal Gear Solid. But I guess why did you even... Okay, here's a question. Why did you even suggest a Hytale stream? I didn't think that... Yeah, we're going to do reacts. I'm just talking first. That doesn't seem like the kind of thing you would, like, recommend. That kind of seemed like a weird recommendation from you. Start Resident Evil 0. Again, as I said, I've never played a single Resident Evil game. Just because everyone's doing it, honestly, fair enough. Fair enough. I haven't played Minecraft since literally the Ender Dragon was added to the game. Let me find out. Sorry, let me find out. Minecraft Ender Dragon. What update was that? How many years ago was this? Not took him 2 years to even consider it. Yeah, so probably it would have been about here. Maybe a little bit after. Maybe in like 2012 actually. Cuz yeah, I played up until full release, I reckon. What if you play Luwanti instead? I have played Mind Test on the main channel before. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna go grab a drink, and then I think we will do some React segment today. Yeah. Give me just a little bit. Luanti better stream. Anyway, back in just a little bit. I have a nuanced video about AI. It's from the guy who can't pronounce pirate right. Can't pronounce pirate right. I don't... Wait, can't pronounce pirate right. Who is that? Oh, yeah, this did get recommended to me. Yeah, the Cole Hastings video. Okay, I guess we can check this out. Where is the world AI promised us? What about the switch and click Arch video? Look, I like switch and click, but I feel like every distro video she does ends up basically being the same video. Again, I like her content, but like it's pretty much just, hey, what I'm gonna try to use the software I use on this. Oh, I've got a different laptop this time. Like, there's only so many times that I think is interesting. What the hell? They changed the moderator logo. That's new. Anyway, let's take a look at this. We watched one of this guy's videos before. I've watched some of his stuff in my own time as well.
AI is stealing artists' work. AI is causing mass layoffs. AI is displacing people's homes and destroying the environment. So, when is AI supposed to get good?
Wait.
AI is displacing people.
We're not gonna get into the water thing right now. There's a lot of layers to the water thing. Yeah. just know that a lot of the stuff you hear about the water problem is not accurate.
Homes and destroying the environment. So, when is AI supposed to get good? When is it going to open up opportunities to the disadvantaged and replace the monotonous, busy work that humans don't enjoy?
It actually is in some fields. I am sure he's going to get to it, but it is in some fields. So, one great thing is, for my videos, I don't write the subtitles for my videos. I generate them through Whisper, and then I basically clean them up after the fact. If I wasn't doing that, you wouldn't have subtitles for the videos. That's something I would never do. Like, yes, a lot of the focus is on the bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit, don't get me wrong. Lots and lots and lots of fucking bullshit. Like, AI drive-thrus. But if you dig through the weeds long enough, you'll eventually find something that's at least a productive use.
Since the answer to this question hasn't been fully addressed by the biggest AI companies yet, myself, along with many others on the internet, see AI as nothing but a soulless leech, designed only to benefit those who are already in positions of power. And I still think that's right for the most part, but to completely dismiss the possibility that AI could provide significant benefits to the world would be to look at this from a prejudiced point of view. In this video, I actually want to criticize myself, to examine my own bias towards hating AI. I want to explore where the current models of AI provide upsides to society and what it would take for us to start seeing way more of those upsides than downsides. Because as things stand, I still believe the balance tilts the other way. And before you immediately dislike this video and run to the comments asking which AI company bought me, firstly, it was Google Gemini. And secondly, just try to exercise open-mindedness.
I love it. You know, I love people that just refuse to watch the video before commenting. So in the video I put out today, on Dylan O'Raps Becoming a Farmer, someone was like, "Oh, this happened a year ago. You're a year late to this." He released the blog post like 3 days ago. Watch the fucking video before you comment.
I'm going to try to do in this video. Before we dive
in the chess world, machine learning models have been better than people at chess for about I want to say like 20 years, maybe longer. Let me see. When did a chess bot first beat a grandmaster? Yo, thank you for the stream elements. Why did you do that? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Apparently the alert broke, but I appreciate it. 1996 is when the first chess bot beat a grandmaster.
That is the distinction between AI and AGI.
How you doing?
For
Welcome.
the purpose of this video, the definition of AI will be large language model chatbots and generative AI, i.e. the systems designed to produce text, images, audio, or video in response to human prompts. AGI, on the other hand, which is short for Artificial General Intelligence, is the rather ambiguous term to describe a hypothetical advanced type of AI that can understand, learn, and apply knowledge across virtually any intellectual task the way a human can, possibly exceeding human reasoning altogether.
How's your stream?
AGI is what we imagine when we think of robots helping us with daily
Did some dramatic reading of a visual novel game. What visual novel? I hope it's something fun. Great way to collab. Yeah, no, it's actually if you have people that like voice acting, that's actually a kind of fun idea.
Tasks like folding laundry or cleaning our house without needing to be programmed or prompted each time. They simply just know what needs to be done. This distinction gives us a deeper insight into why people like me have a bias towards anything related to AI. When people like myself think of AI, we think of the examples that I open the video with. We tend to only focus on the damage being done because myself, along with others who share these views, see AI as what the Substack author describes as aesthetically unpreferable. AI is a soulless, lifeless technology that strips away the humanistic parts of the answers that it gives us.
See, the fun thing about that is this is a thing that I think a lot of people are gonna struggle to cope with. A lot of people don't actually care. Like, yeah, we can talk about AI art all day, but think about it like this, right? How many people care about a artisan-made table, right? If you can just go to IKEA and get some, like, cheap shit table, for a lot of people, that's going to be better. And art, for a lot of people, isn't about the artistic merit of something. They're just interested in a scenario taking place. Or another example, like, look at fast food, if you want to look at it like that. How many people would go to, like, McDonald's because it's good enough, rather than spending a little bit extra money and go to somewhere that you can get vastly better food? Because you know that even if McDonald's is shit, it's consistent. It is consistently shit. You don't have to step out of your comfort zone. For this video was live, I was surprised you mentioned today's video. You forgot that I was streaming. You've been here the last 3.5 hours.
That when the CEOs of these big AI companies speak, they sometimes say stuff like this.
You know, I think AI will probably, most likely sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
Analyze these.
See, I don't know how much of a joke, because here's an awkward tech CEO, right? That might be an attempt at a joke, but he has no social cues. But did you see the was it the Nvidia CEO who was talking about how he wants people to stop like being mean about AI? Was it the Nvidia CEO? Oh, I feel like it was. Was it Microsoft? Yeah, it might have been Satya Nadella. It was Satya Nadella. Okay, right.
Sentences, and my belief
So I was
becomes
like,
clear. AI is not authentic, crafted, or human-made, and even if it has
you're from
great
the raid.
benefits, if it were to be implemented significantly...
I didn't even... Sorry. The raid happened like 10 minutes ago. I didn't know that if you joined from the stream after the raid was completed, it would still alert about the raid. I've never seen that happen before. Okay.
In everyday life, its mechanistic nature would detract from the quality of life in other meaningful ways.
You're part of the collab.
There is a certain
Either way, I didn't know
beauty
it would still do the alert. That's weird.
Imperfection in the fact that these skills are learned slowly and kept behind the barrier of years of intensive work. But you know what the author of that Substack article calls this? Brazenly classist. Upon initially reading this, I had an internal visceral reaction. My identity was put under threat, but after they explained why, I began to open up to the idea from a certain point of view. The central rebuttal has to do with the scarcity of human attention. Most people who tend to criticize any use of AI are coming from a place where they can afford scarce human attention, like tutors or other services that are usually expensive. The author also brings in medical decision-making into
I've got some friends who... Sorry, I keep pausing. I've got some friends who work in... education. I think high school? Maybe high school education. I've got some people who work in like tertiary education as well. And a lot of them don't really know how to handle AI in these classes because people, like, they know people are going to use it, right? And you can say, oh, we're just going to ban it entirely, but people are still going to use it anyway. So if people are going to use it anyway, like, how do you then go and, like, work out if it is AI? Because there are these AI detection tools, but they're not great. There is a lot of, there's a lot of false positives with these tools. And that's the real problem with any AI detection. And you see this with human AI detection on Twitter as well. You look at these, have you ever seen these posts where people, like, they just put a bunch of red circles and red arrows on some art, and they're like, AI. That's AI. And it's just like, if you know who the artist is, and it's obviously not, you know that they, like, you've seen maybe they even stream their drawing process, but people are still like, that's AI.
citing AI as a better than average medical decision.
AI detection tools are snake oil. Yeah, they pretty much always have been. Well, even before there were AI detection tools, when Turnitin was just a plagiarism tool, it already didn't work. I got marked for 50% plagiarism because of my references, my headers and my references. No shit, my references are copied because they're references. That's the point.
Maker. This is where I would probably have to disagree. In its current state, AI carries a high risk of leaving someone with an inaccurate diagnosis. That isn't to say chatbots haven't already demonstrated their ability to save lives in moments when human attention was scarce, but I don't think we should treat these rare cases as proof that AI is a reliable source for these issues that require serious medical attention. But let's return to the door that AI opens for tutoring services, because I think this is one of the strongest arguments in favor of using technology like this. The author states, wanting human-only production of goods and the prestige of the unautomated are preferences easiest to maintain from a position of security. After all, the affluent can still purchase the scarce human labor they need regardless of AI or not. This is not entirely baseless. For example...
Yeah, so there's this is one of the areas that a lot of people don't talk about. like how the internet has opened the ability for people to learn things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to learn, in some ways, AI has done the same for people that aren't able to afford more expensive services. And I think that, yes, a lot of these tools get it wrong a lot of the time, but when people use these tools in an effective way, it actually can really help speed up your learning ability. I know people have used it for language learning and have it's actually relatively okay in some fields. Some other fields, it's utter garbage and you shouldn't even touch it. But especially for things like JavaScript development, for example, areas that have a lot of examples, it tends to be relatively okay. And if you're not in a position to be able to afford any formal classes, like, it opens up some doors that otherwise wouldn't be there.
Example, consider some.
I'll be honest, I've used Gemini multiple times to inform me about something I have zero knowledge on, but you should supplement with other sources. Yeah, like, oftentimes what I have done is... So I've done videos where I've, like, gone through all of the resources I know of to find something. Let's say, like, the history of Wayland, for example. And then I often go to the tool at the end. I'm like, yo, did I miss anything? And usually it spits out a bunch of garbage. But sometimes in the sea of garbage, there is, like, one thing that I happen to miss. Vibe coding is getting decent enough small changes, as long as you know what you want to accomplish and how it can handle the syntax bullshit in an unfamiliar language. So I saw this post. I think it was r/programming. This, I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but there was this student who was saying that him and all of his friends use AI. Yeah, here it is. Him and all of his friends use AI and don't even know how to program. Firstly, I don't know why you're paying for college if you're doing that. But secondly, there are people doing this. What is vibe coding? Basically asking the AI to write code for you and then just judging the quality of it on vibes. That's effectively what it is. As it basically bullshitting your way through it. But, like, there is going to be a whole generation of young programmers who are completely cooked. Who are completely useless, completely unemployable, and are just banking on the fact that these tools get good enough by the time that, you know, they're actually ready to be employed. Because if you're a CS student, AI can trick you into thinking it's a lot better than it is. Because for basic problems like algorithms, right? Write me a bubble sort. Write me, I don't know, A star. Write me a linked list. AI is really good at these very core basic problems because they've been documented a million times. And you might think it's a lot better than it really is. Because writing a linked list is easy. Making use of a linked list for some larger, like, programming structure, that's a different case entirely.
Someone who wants to learn a foreign language. Maybe they come from a low-income family and can't afford a tutor, and the free resources available online that teach with the depth and structure of a real tutor are limited. In cases like this, AI gives non-native language speakers access to language learning that previously would have been monetarily barricaded from.
Come on, no use a linked list anymore. Okay, yes, sure. Yes, but look, have you? I don't remember. Did you do formal programming? Did you, like, do any formal programming study? Universities love linked lists. They love getting you to write a linked list.
And with that new language, it could possibly open up the doors to make more money. Another example I can think of is someone who can't afford a personal trainer.
The program is in 99. Did you? Okay. Wow. Have you done any like college, university courses, anything like that? I don't remember. TTS? Yes? Hello? TTS? No? No? No TT... I guess the TTS is dead. I I've used AI to give me bash scripts which I later error checked and adjusted for my coding style, but the official definition, it's not vibe coding because I reviewed the code myself. I don't know what happened there. That's a new one.
Companies are already paywalling AI running trainers, such as the Runna app, which integrates closely with Strava. Runna coaches users through an AI-assisted training system, and while it's likely more polished than a simple chatbot, providing better visual representations of your data, I'd argue the underlying value isn't all that different. You can get something quite similar by plugging your metrics into a tool like ChatGPT and asking it to generate a running plan tailored to your goals. In fact, I've done exactly this in the past, and it's helped me to run both faster and longer. There's also a rebuttal to the idea that human error...
Now, I don't know how trustworthy the data management is, but you will see doctors entering in client information and, like, creating a report through AI. Now, there is a separate version of ChatGPT that is, like, all HIPAA approved, but you will actually see that because they're not diagnosing you through AI. They're taking the diagnosis and then filling out the form with it because they don't want to fill out the form because no one wants to do that. But yes, that is a thing you will see.
Is good in every case because obviously it isn't. This rebuttal isn't directly tied to human attention being scarce or questions of equity, but I want to bring it up because it's a common sentiment that's aimed at people like me who are anti-AI. In fields where...
Well, okay, sorry. With the whole AI programming thing, if you're using AI to program and your goal isn't to program, I don't necessarily see a problem with that. If you just want to, like... If you just want to, after I finish this little bit here, if you just want to write a script and you have no interest in actually programming, kind of is what it is. If you're trying to learn to program, yeah, maybe not the best way to go about it. Okay, here are your ads. Fine. There you go. Enjoy your ads. I don't know how many of you guys are actually seeing those.
Reasoning and logical consistency are critical, like law and medicine. Human performance can vary wildly based on something as trivial as how much sleep someone got the night before, whether they're in the middle of a fight with their partner, or even their blood sugar levels. In theory, AI could remain logically consistent regardless of the day or time. To that you might say, well, Cole, as you already said in previous videos, AI has been proven to be biased based on the data it was trained on. And you'd be right, that is the problem right now. That's exactly why I wouldn't encourage its use in medical or legal decision-making yet. But even if AI reached the level of neutrality needed to surpass human performance, I'd be willing to bet that people would still oppose it, often on shakier grounds, like the claim that AI is totally unpredictable.
There's
we
a
don't know
cooldown.
what it will do if we
we'll do it later.
Make these sorts of decisions. You know who's more unpredictable though? Humans. And just because
I should add a
something is
cooldown
detached
to that.
from human nature doesn't automatically mean that it's worse in every respect. Where we can really see this bias playing out today is with self-driving cars. So I live in Austin, Texas, and Waymos, which are these autonomous self-driving cars, have already begun to roll out across the city, replacing some Uber drivers. Not too long.
Have you seen the video of... Okay, it's not a video. Have you seen any of the videos of police trying to pull over a Waymo? Let's see if we can find a good one. Police try to pull over Waymo. Here's a random one I just found.
Yeah, it stopped. It's 92 Adam Sam, or 92 Adam 2 Sam Paul, and there's no driver. Hi!
Connected to rider support. This call may be recorded for quality assurance.
Yeah, this is Officer Hines, Phoenix PD. So, your car here drove into oncoming lanes of traffic.
Okay, I will go ahead and take a look at that right now.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of a construction.
Okay, there's a bunch of ones where they just run away from the cops as well, and it's so fucking dumb.
I watched a family cross the street as a Waymo waited, preparing to turn right into their path. When noticing the self-driving car, with its vacant driver's seat and light detection sensor spinning ferociously on top, one of the children stopped and stared with nervous eyes. He put his hand out, palm facing the vehicle, frozen in uncertainty. Finally, when he realized the car was abiding, he started walking again. His brother then turned to him and said, "Those cars are scary."
Yeah.
Waymos have been proven to be statistically superior drivers to humans across all categories, especially...
This is the thing, though. Nobody knows statistics, okay? You can say all day and night, driverless cars are safer, Waymos are safer. It doesn't matter, because if it does something wrong, that is a problem with the entire fleet. People don't think in statistics, they think in events they see.
Safety.
Who is liable when something goes wrong? I would presume Waymo. But that doesn't change the fact that they just hit your dog.
Maybe if the kid knew this, he would have reacted differently, but I'm willing to bet that even if someone informed him of the lack of danger these cars possess, he would still have a more adverse reaction.
I think it's going to take probably a good 2 or so generations for people to get used to these cars, right? Like, if Waymos become really common, and then, let's say, 20 years from now, like, you know, you're all, I'm pretty sure most of you are old enough to remember some time before smartphones, right? I'm pretty sure we don't have any, like, actual babies here. There was a time where smartphones didn't exist. When smartphones came along, there were these really weird, really exciting devices. And now, anyone who's born after smartphones became a thing, became common, smartphones aren't weird. Smartphones are just a phone. And the older phones, they're now weird. If you live in an area where Waymos are really common, or Waymos just become more, like, really common everywhere, and then you're born after that fact, Waymos aren't weird. Waymos are something that are just, like, or even just any sort of driverless cars, they're completely normal. But if you remember a time before those exist, the existence of this is gonna remain weird basically forever.
Compared to seeing a human in the driver's seat. I think most of us would feel something similar in this position even as adults, and it exposes a reflexive bias that we have against things we don't fully understand, even when those things have been shown to perform the task better than we do. Even on the creative side of things, which I typically hate seeing AI used for, you can still make a partial case for it. Have you ever used a noise reduction tool in an audio software? Have you ever had an editing software generate subtitles for you? Have you ever removed blemishes from a photo? Those were likely all done using some form of generative AI.
I was born right as phones came out. Like 100... I'm sorry. So right as phones came out? Sorry, how old are you? When was the first phone? I think we're the oldest person alive in my chat. We're at 150 years old.
These cases specifically, I think AI can help us focus more on what I described earlier, the messy process of working through emotions using art, and less on the more technical stuff like adding subtitles to a video, which I'm pretty certain no one likes to do manually. With all that being said, I want to be very clear that I'm only talking about these specific examples, about the narrow potential that AI has to save time and money for more people, theoretically increasing
theoretically, yes, that's the important
bias,
part.
safety, misuse, labor displacement, surveillance, cognitive decline, and the erosion of human relationships, as the author lays out, are all very, very good reasons to despise AI. To me, these are serious intangible problems, and if we examine the primary reasons people currently use AI, we'd likely conclude that it's doing more harm than good. But again, that doesn't mean that these systems should be shut down entirely, at least not if there's still a path forward for them to do what we hope they might do, which is make things more fair and equitable and free up time for us to do more things that humans enjoy doing. Now let's move on to the second reason people like me tend to be biased against AI, politically motivated reasoning. This is a good moment to point out that the Substack essay is specifically critiquing humanities majors in college, which is a group that often...
It's related. Okay, it's related? Sure. Okay. What is this? X driver. 6.67. We're not addressing that. Extra said in the future, all transportation is easily controlled by AI. Though, like all machines, they tend to break down, lose control, or get reprogrammed. This is where 3 high schools with non-AI cars, a Subaru WRX, Caterham Super 7, and Lotus Europa come to save the day and make sure that... What the fuck is this? Nah, that's actually so stupid. Actus. What has Actus done? I don't think they're around anymore. Oh, they are around. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh, the Princess Principal. Oh, I see. They're the Girls und Panzer studio. Right, that's why... That's basically all they do, and then random other little things.
Skews strongly towards rejecting AI altogether. That's why the author brings up politically motivated reasoning as a source of bias, because humanities majors overwhelmingly lean left on the political spectrum. And since I too lean left, even though so many of you still seem to think otherwise, I figured this would be a great time to uncover another bias of mine and perhaps yours too. The author writes, over the last half-decade or so, in the arts we've been constantly reminded about the ways in which right-wingers relentlessly defend patently false beliefs and viewpoints, and how it's the educated left's role to steer the country back on course. No disagreements from me there, and it's certainly more socially acceptable to be seen as on the left in real life, especially in really densely populated American cities. The author then goes on to argue that false beliefs and misinformation being spread rapidly on the internet is not a one-sided issue, it's due to politically motivated reasoning on both sides. Politically motivated reasoning is what happens when you have an identity to protect, and if your identity is skewed towards one side of the political spectrum, you are far more likely to accept information that reinforces your existing worldview, while dismissing or
A lot of people don't think through things. They believe the thing that they are told, and then it's very easy to convince someone of something. It's very hard to convince them that they were wrong. Because if you convince if you're trying to convince someone that they're wrong, that means that there's something they did badly. And it's not just a political thing, it's with everything, right? A lot of people have a hard time at believing that they were wrong about something, because a lot of people tie their sort of identity to them being correct. They tie their identity to this being the truth, and if it's not the truth, that means there's some fault with them. Surround yourself with like minds, you won't usually break free of that mentality. Exactly, yeah.
Rationalizing away anything that threatens it, even when the evidence is strong. In the case of being against AI in all facets, it tends to be a left-leaning bias, because more generally speaking, those on the left are more anti-tech and anti-corporation than those on the right. Take Twitter, aka X, for example. People share...
What is this video? See what your future children would look like with Grok Imagine. If your children look like this, there's a problem.
AI memes and AI slop all the time, and it usually gets a laugh. These days, it feels like the platform is mainly right-wingers. But Twitter accounts who appear to be left-leaning usually have something negative to say about it. This negativity toward this specific instance of AI then spills over into all AI use cases.
Wait, sorry, random side tangent. So, I've never confirmed if this is true, so it might be bullshit, but I've heard it enough times that probably it's not bullshit. So, there was this father who was on testosterone replacement, and there's a bunch of different ways you can do testosterone replacement. A lot of people do injections. He was using testosterone cream. Now, what he didn't realize is when you apply the cream to yourself, that cream can get onto other things as well. So, not long after he started taking it, he realized that there was some problems happening with his kid. His kid was like 3 at the time or something. And basically, through him holding his kid and him taking, like, using the testosterone cream, he was basically giving his kid TRT. Oh, there was also a House episode? I didn't know there was a House episode about this. But this is an actual thing that has happened. And the kid who was like 3 basically started entering like a pseudo puberty. Probably based on a true case, yeah. I imagine this probably happened more than once.
Being against big tech, and therefore for the average person, can become so tightly woven into one's identity that we end up dismissing any valid or reasonable argument in favor of AI as nonsense, even when it isn't. As the author puts it, AI has been deemed morally contaminated, a thing we as liberal arts enjoyers are supposed to oppose for cognitive incentives. The questions surrounding AI are therefore not what is true about AI and under what conditions can it be beneficial, but instead, in what ways can I signal that I am one of the good understanders of the true ways in which AI is existentially destructive. I'm willing to bet that a lot of you, including myself, who are anti-AI, are functioning under the latter question more than we'd like to admit. That's all I would like to bring up regarding the Substack.
My problem with AI cars isn't the chance for accident, is the potential new hacking targets. I'm not going to play it because it probably will get DMCA'd. But I just immediately think of that scene from Fast and the Furious where they like hack every car in the city and just start crashing them together.
Essay and the biases it revealed to me. So now I want to revert back to the question that I posed at the beginning of the video that the author of this Substack article posed in a similar way just a few sentences ago. What would it actually take for AI to become good, to produce more benefit than harm, and to take over the tasks most humans don't enjoy so we could spend more of our time doing the things we actually want to do? Well,
UBI. That's actually what it would
firstly,
take.
we already have some sort of evidence to kind of prove that it's already doing that by shifting the types of roles that these companies are looking to fill. The problem is that these new job openings are not nearly keeping up to pace with how quickly the old jobs are becoming obsolete. The 2025 WEF Future of Job reports estimate that in the next 5 years, 170 million jobs are projected to be created and 92 million jobs to be displaced.
See, the problem with the job creation argument is as tech gets better, the kinds of jobs that exist are, in many cases, more technically intensive, right? There's no jobs like being on a construction line and you're the guy that turns the nuts, right? And there is this idea that everybody can be trained to do any sort of job, but there are people out there who no matter what level of training you give them, they're never going to be able to be a programmer or even something less than that, like a data entry, right? There are people out there who struggle to operate basic technology no matter how much training you give them. These are people that in the past would have been, you know, a coal miner. They would have been the guy on the manufacturing line turning a nut. They would have done these jobs which are physically demanding, but don't require that much mental labor. And I worry that as more tech-involved jobs exist, that segment of the market, which has already been effectively destroyed, is going to only get worse,
resulting in a net gain of 78 million jobs. Right now, we're seeing AI automate a lot of these jobs that people are being displaced from, but the jobs that they're supposed to create don't exist yet. For the next few years, I think there's going to be an unavoidable bust until organizations restructure work around an AI-driven economy and workers are able to develop the skills needed to step into the roles that eventually emerge. Now, there's certainly an argument to be made that somewhere along the lines of, why didn't we just keep things the way they are so these jobs wouldn't become obsolete, or at the very least, gradually assimilate into AI instead of pumping it into every single company, but I guess that ship has kind of already sailed. The better questions are, what do these new jobs look like, and are they generally more enjoyable than the jobs being displaced? Well, I took a deeper look into the report, and it seems the largest growing jobs will be related to farm workers or other agricultural workers.
This is one of those areas where, like, there are jobs on a farm that don't require that much mental labor. But a lot of people think that farming is this, because people have this idea in their head that, like, farming is just like, it's the dumb country hillbilly. Like, if you're operating a large scale farm, this is actually, there's a lot of tech involved in a modern farm, right? just basic things like weather sensors. Then you get into the fact that pretty much every bit of farm equipment is a driving computer. The jobs many people don't... It's less that people don't want to do them. It's more that a lot of them don't pay super well, right? I feel like... Also, there's just not that much infrastructure. That's the other big problem, right? If you're out working in farmland, a lot of that is away from the cities. And a lot of people want to be... even if they don't want to live in the city, they want to be able to get to the city. But if it's like an hour-and-a-half drive, that's... Like, yeah, you can do that, but it's not something you want to do all the time. Your jobs that should be paid well but are paid dirt. Yeah. There's a lot of problems with... There's a lot of problems with, like, distribution of like fruit and vegetables and stuff like that, where the farmers, like, you look at, like, I don't know, an avocado, it's $4. The farmer's not getting $4 because everywhere along that chain, it's like, oh, the supermarket is taking a cut, the distributor's taking a cut, then there's, like, there's import taxes or just general, like, other taxes the country might have, and then the slice the farmer gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Delivery service drivers, and software and applications developers, while the largest declining jobs are all related to secretaries. Ticket clerks and cashiers and ticket clerks, I will be genuinely surprised. Like, I know it's like for you, but pretty much every store I go to now has some sort of automated, like, payment system. Have some sort of, like, either it's an automated, you're buying a ticket, you're going, even if you're going to, like, a small little, small little restaurant, a lot of these places, they don't even, they just have some automated system there. Security guards, clerks, and cleaners. You can tell me in the comments whether the jobs being created are more desirable than the jobs that are...
A lot of people like to call the automated cash registers, the automated tellers, the stealing aisle. Because, well... for obvious reasons.
Declining, but what might be even more interesting is what types of skills these employers are now looking for. Across all jobs, the core skills employers are looking for both now and 5...
Oh, yeah. Also, just remember, if you are looking for a new job, people in tech fields are often sending out tens of thousands of resumes that they're automating. So, have fun competing in that market as well.
Years into the future, besides AI and big data skills, which is obvious, are technological literacy and creative thinking. Conversely, sensory processing abilities, manual dexterity, endurance and precision, and reading, writing, and mathematics are going out of focus. I think
if you want if you want a field that a lot of people have undervalued for a long time, but makes a lot of money, get a trade. I don't know what it was like for you, but when I went through school, the idea of going and getting a trade was sort of not necessarily looked down upon, but it wasn't something that people were encouraged to do. It's one of those things where, like, if you're an electrician, if you're a plumber, if you're a panel beater working for, like, a mechanic, right? Like, all of these are actually really, like, relatively well-paid positions. But for a long time, the idea of getting a blue-collar job like that, I feel like trades looked down on. Yeah, it's maybe not as bad for me because the area I grew up in was not that well off of an area. So a lot of people had parents who worked in trade, stuff like that. But the schools never really encouraged that as a path. Even though some trades are the most essential jobs. Yeah, we have a builder shortage in Australia, right? Like that's part of the reason why our houses are going up so much. There's a million other reasons, but that's part of the reason.
Endurance and precision, and reading, writing, and mathematics are going out of focus. I think in a way it's kind of cool that companies are placing less focus on how physically capable you are and more focus on how creative you are and how you can use technology to harness that creativity. I think that opens the door for some really interesting jobs that people genuinely enjoy doing that wouldn't be limited to people who are physically superior. But But again, it's really a matter of how quickly companies can do this, because as it stands, many people are losing their jobs and are going to continue losing their jobs. Now, what about AGI, the second type of AI that we started the video with? This is the thing that people who are even vehemently against AI could maybe see some utility in. Robots who could actually function the way we thought robots would in the future, assist.
My understanding is the biggest problem with like human robotics is actually the robotics side. The AI side is complicated, but my understanding is the robotics part's considerably harder. And that's probably going to trickle down from, like, military tech.
Assisting the disabled, taking care of the busy work, how far away is that? Well, based on the...
Also sex toys.
Admittedly small amount of research
military and sex toys. Those are the leaders of robotics right now.
I've done, from listening to podcasts to consulting my wife who works in the AI industry, I've concluded that there's some good news and there's some bad news. And I'm going to start with the bad news first, sorry. The bad news is that the term AGI at the moment is more hype than anything. It's something used to describe a hypothetical future, one where machines can generalize knowledge the way humans do by moving fluidly between tasks, adapting, and exercising judgment without being narrowly trained for a single function. Good example of where we're at right now with this kind of power was the reveal of the Neo, which is claiming to be the first full-fledged humanoid robot. In the promotional video, you can see the robot opening the front door for people, doing work around the house, and watering plants outside. But when they showed a live demonstration, it was just a person controlling it remotely in a virtual reality headset. It seems we're still a long ways away from getting anything truly helpful like this over what most of this shit is currently being used for, which is stuff like this.
Sometimes there is no next time, no second chance.
But there is some good news, which is also mostly hypothetical. For this, we can look at the case study of Waymo. Believe it or not, there was actually a period of time where self-driving cars were thought to be pretty unreachable. In the 2010s, companies like Waymo had made early predictions that self-driving cars would be widespread by 2020, leading to rapid...
Yes, the people in Silicon Valley that have a vested interest in AI self-driving cars being common thought they were going to become common. Crazy. To be fair, those remote control robots are based in restaurants. They're actually... Okay. I think there is some merit for, you know, some sort of... Let's say you want to have a restaurant that has no human service, right? Like there's fun gimmicks like that. How widespread that would be, who knows? Like, you just have every server be a remote-controlled server, right? Like, I think it's kind of a gimmick, but who knows? Maybe someone's going to do it. Paralyzed servers? Sure. Yeah, there's that as well. But we don't really have the brain control part of that sorted out, right? Because right now they're still controlled by human movement. So if you're paralyzed, you wouldn't be able to do so. Unless you had, like, canned movements. I think for that, you'd really need to work out, like, full brain interface stuff.
Obsolescence of human driving. When they were way too optimistic with their predictions, many saw it as proof that we're still decades away from any kind of this stuff. But the companies and Waymo progressed much faster than expected. And now they have the data to prove that they are safer than human drivers. We can only hope that a similar sort of progress will be made with these more advanced AI technologies that are supposed to help us in different sectors of work that will free up more space for enjoyable human work. But that still doesn't really answer the question, when all that work is taken over by AI, what will humans do to generate income? As
OnlyFans.
It stands right now, unless the government somehow drastically changes and regulations are put on AI to prevent it from all the rightful criticisms of its current implementation, like data collection, surveillance, and bias, I believe it's still going to be a net negative to society. Ultimately, the goal of this video was to open up the opportunity for people like you and me to
Who will pay for OnlyFans? The oil tycoons.
Imagine a future where this sort of technology actually manages to do more good than harm for the world, and to challenge our biases so that we can approach this subject with a more nuanced, objective point of view. And hopefully, with that updated point of view, if this technology is truly not going anywhere, we can do something to implement these changes or push for their implementation. Let me know in the comments if we're absolutely cooked and I'm just stupid and wrong and why. And if you want to watch another one of my AI sort of videos, you can check out my video on the AI bubble, which is going on right now. More information on AI, which I know you guys want to hear about, right? Because it's such positive information. Anyways, yeah, I'm going to go. Goodbye.
We are in, like, there is a bubble, it will burst, but a lot of people, like, see that bubble and think, oh, it's gonna burst. That means when it bursts, everything's gonna go away. What's gonna happen is the same thing that happened when the .com bubble burst, where pretty much every web company went out of business because most of them didn't have any reason to exist. Like Amazon, for example. Amazon didn't go out of business, but they lost like 90% of their value. And a shitload of these just random .com companies, like it was a common thing back then to just put .com in your name because that was a way to make money. And right now, putting AI in your product description, that's just a way to make money. And there will come a point where that stops being the case and those will go away. But the tech itself, that's here to stay. Check out the comments in the video. I wonder if AI can figure out why you have such a punchable face. Okay. Forget people to do what exactly? Jack off. Instead we got AI gooning. Well, you know. I'm a retail worker and I really like AI to not replace us. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. What is this? Why does the seahorse emoji drive ChatGPT insane? I feel like I heard about this. I don't remember, but I feel like I heard about this one.
Ask ChatGPT, is there a seahorse emoji?
Oh, yeah. I do know about this.
You might get a response like,
yes.
True.
Well, almost. The actual seahorse emoji is... Just kidding, that's a unicorn. The real seahorse emoji is, oops, still not right. Here it is for real. Those are ocean-related emojis. The seahorse emoji itself is, no, wait, I mean, no. The correct one is, okay, last time promise, no. Real one, okay. This time for real. Wait, let's get serious. The real seahorse emoji is... Okay, sorry. The correct seahorse emoji is... No. Okay, final answer. I mean, no. Okay, here it is, actually. Okay, let's stop joking. Here's real one. Just again. The real seahorse emoji is... Wait, no. The actual seahorse emoji is... No. Final correct answer. Oops. Okay, here's real one. No. Finally. Okay, the real seahorse emoji...
Like, a lot of this is the... Like, for some reason, people are obsessed with their AI tool talking like a human. So a lot of the, like, freaking out is very much built around, like, that... The reason why it sounds so insane is because... Basically because they want it to sound like a person. So when things go wrong, you get whatever this is. I don't know why it like, doesn't know how to find it, doesn't even know how to answer it. But, that's why it sounds so insane. Honestly, I'm surprised it doesn't, like, break earlier than this.
I think this is incredibly funny.
It is.
OpenAI is out here claiming that ChatGPT 5 is a PhD level intelligence.
It is. However, so if these tools are prompted in a way to answer these sorts of questions, yes. However, if you prompt them in other ways, well, you get the whole situation we're seeing here. It is PhD level if you ask it questions that you would expect for a PhD level problem. But that doesn't mean everything works like that.
And the thing is driven completely insane by imaginary emojis. Beyond being hilarious to me and the internet at large, this crash out is a great example of how large language models like ChatGPT actually work. Basically, when you give an LLM part of a sentence, it will predict...
It's like the strawberry one. How many R's are in strawberry? and it has no fucking idea
what word or word fragment is most likely.
It'll be like very convinced there's like 2. No matter what you tell it, there's only 2.
To come next. That is the core of how ChatGPT works. Modern LLMs learn to do next word prediction by reading pretty much the entire contents of the internet, including almost every book ever written. Hence all those copyright lawsuits you may have heard about. A chatbot will know a fact if that fact was included in its training data, either directly or by implication. Obviously, I'm simplifying a lot here. If you want to understand how large language models work on a more technical level, I highly recommend this video by 3Blue1Brown. ChatGPT was doomed to spiral into emoji-fueled madness the moment it started this response with yes. The obvious best output to complete this sentence would be the seahorse emoji, but there is no seahorse emoji in Unicode. So instead, the neural network outputs the best option it has available, which is the regular horse emoji. Now, this sentence clearly contains a mistake, so ChatGPT decides that the next output should correct this error and provide the real seahorse emoji, which still doesn't exist. Oh dear. The AI is now stuck in a loop, constantly predicting that the best output is some variation of, whoops, that's not the seahorse emoji, this is the seahorse emoji. Then it outputs.
Usually you're not supposed to see, like, this is sort of exposing the internal thinking of the system. Usually this doesn't get exposed to the user.
Some other emoji and starts the loop again. ChatGPT is fundamentally just a next word predictor, and in this case, it can't find the word it's trying to predict. So it has a complete breakdown, which is honestly vibes. Interestingly, if I ask for other emojis that don't exist, like the Triceratops, I get a perfectly sane response. So why does the seahorse emoji specifically drive ChatGPT insane? Well, I've done my own investigation, and I have a theory.
Okay.
An emoji theory. There are several posts on Reddit from people claiming to vividly remember the existence of
Aha! Okay, now we're onto something.
Of a seahorse emoji. TikTok apparently also had a phase where people kept insisting that the seahorse emoji used to exist. This is an example of the Mandela effect, which is a collective false memory, sometimes associated with conspiracy theories or something parallel universes. The effect is named after the false memory of news coverage announcing that Nelson Mandela had died in prison in the 1980s, despite the fact that he subsequently became the president of South Africa. According to the book Empire of AI, Reddit is one of the many websites that OpenAI used to train some versions of ChatGPT. The seahorse emoji is probably rarely mentioned in ChatGPT's training data, since it doesn't exist. Apart from false memory posts like these claiming that it definitely does exist, or at least existed at some point. This could explain why ChatGPT is so strongly convinced that there must be a seahorse emoji, despite being unable to produce it. This Reddit post is particularly interesting. It was posted 2 years ago, so it's old enough to be in the training data for ChatGPT 5. And if we ask ChatGPT for these other emojis, like the igloo, the starfish, the traffic cone, and the fork, we get something similar to the seahorse effect.
My assumption is either it's bullshit, or there was probably something out there that used a seahorse in their font set. That's very possible. I don't know this specific case though.
My favorite response is the one for traffic cone. In conclusion, cutting-edge AI models can be driven completely insane by human mass delusions buried in their training data. I'm sure this is completely fine and will cause no problems as AI replaces large swaths of the human workforce.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to all my lovely patrons,
Don't worry about
especially those in the big sentient hat tier. I'm Silly Conversations. Thanks for watching. See you all next time. Bye for now.
I've never seen this guy's videos. That's a fun channel. Feeding AI mass delusion sounds fun. Yeah, I bet it does. I don't specifically know about that case. But, you know, there have been cases like you know, replacing the gun with a water pistol, right? That is a thing that has happened. And the problem now is as more time passes, there are people that are convinced that things that we know happened were AI generated, right? Like, I've seen people point to, like, actual well-known videos from the early 2010s and say, this is fake, this is AI generated. So, the more time passes with these tools being available, the more you're gonna see more of that, right? Where people just forget about history. I don't know. AI is interesting, if nothing else. I do have my thread, but thank you. I'll take a look. What is this? AI is interesting, if nothing else. Have I seen this one? Maybe. No, I think I got it recommended to me. Wife's home, time to get going. Catch you later. Enjoy the rest of your night, day, whatever it is for you. Oh. It's UFD Tech. See your Pulse Audio. What is this?
At least Microsoft knows that AI isn't as useful as it's supposed to be. At the conference that leads to infinite conspiracy theories, the CEO of the company that's most vociferously cramming AI down everyone's throats had some statements on what has to be done with the tech to make sure they don't get cudgeled by society. Things like, do something useful and make sure the benefits are more evenly spread were among the ideas thrown around at the World Economic Forum as to what needs to happen if they were going to be able to get the social permission necessary to continue to absorb.
Why? These people know that stuff like is recorded here. Why do you say the most fucking psychotic shit at this event?
Obscene amounts of the finite resource that is electricity production. And also, for this not to be a bubble, more than just the tech elite need to benefit from it. So at that point, he gave some vague examples of how it helps normal people in various industries, including saying that doctors now spend more time with patients because they don't have to transcribe their records. But given that OpenAI appears to be on the verge of imploding and the cost of building out the infrastructure is getting out of hand, the signs aren't pointing to this having a non-bubble demolishing outcome.
We will see about that. People have been predicting the downfall for a while. I have lost all hope. I have lost all hope. Why the hell is the Obama clip here? I've seen this before, but let me just show you. For anyone who doesn't know about the Obama the Obama algorithm.
I have finally invented an algorithm that turns any image into Obama. It works by taking every pixel in the image and then it literally finds the mathematically optimal way to rearrange the pixels to make them look like this picture of Obama, which is then fed into a fluid dynamics physics simulation that moves the pixels into the perfect Obama arrangement. Now, you might wonder, how is this useful at all? And I wonder that too, so I used it to make this state-of-the-art drawing program that slowly turns whatever you're drawing into Obama. This is really useful because, like, when you're drawing something, but like when you're drawing, you forget that like what you actually want to draw is Obama. It's 2 a.m. I have finally invented an
Anyway, moving on from that. We've seen Portal Runner stuff before. What was the one I watched? I don't remember which one I watched, actually. I don't remember which Portal Runner video. I know I watched one, but anyway. The programming of your favorite Flash games. Probably something Portal related. Probably something Portal related. Oh, the server. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it was the server one.
Sugar Sugar is a classic Flash game all about getting grains of
I never played this one.
Sugar into coffee cups by drawing arbitrary lines with your mouse.
I've played the same style of game. I haven't played this one, though.
The concept is so simple that by level 2, you're already familiar with the core mechanic. As a developer, games like these often make me wonder how it was done, or how I would go about making something like this. In the case of Sugar Sugar, the game is simulating up to 3,000 grains of sugar every frame. Not only that, it has to check collision against hand-drawn obstacles, and it has to run decently on the computers of the time. My instincts told me that there's no way you could achieve this by actually iterating over 3,000 individual.
It's almost like people in the past, when you had less resources, managed to make things work by actually writing good software. I know, it's crazy, right? It's almost like computers have been pretty advanced for a long time, but as computers get more advanced, programmers manage to sort of remove every single advantage that, I forgot what the exact quote was, but I remember someone saying, programmers have managed to, how would you say it? Programmers have managed to delete every single performance gain that is being developed through hardware over the past 20 years. Software now manages to be about as complex and just as slow, sometimes even slower.
Objects. So, I decompiled the code, expecting to find some clever trick, perhaps even a simple fluid simulation, only to find some of the most spaghetti-filled code I've ever seen. The entire game logic sits in a single class, which...
As you do! Yeah! Yeah, let's go! This dot level equals 7. Oh, that's great. This is just a fucking... Let me guess. The reason why this scroll bar is so long is this just does maybe like 400 characters of level checks on a single line. Fucking based.
When decompiled, takes up over 3,000...
Also, is that the KDE, cursor?
1,700 lines of code. On top of that, it turns out that the sugar logic really is just one big dumb loop. Let me break it down for you. Every grain of sugar moves down at a constant speed of 1 pixel per frame, with no acceleration from gravity. In most games, the lack of acceleration on a falling object would make it feel unnatural, but since these are grains of sugar, I suppose the implied air resistance makes up for that. On top of this downwards motion, there's also a random horizontal sway, up to 1 pixel in either direction. These two are the primary factors that determine where the sugar is going to end up on the next frame. And that, of course, is used for predicting collisions. This is where the game does admittedly come up with a pretty clever trick. In order to detect a collision, the code checks the color value of the pixel at the candidate position. If it's below a certain level of brightness, the sugar is allowed to pass. If it's above that threshold, a collision is flagged. That's why every level has a dark background with brighter highlights.
I love that. That's fucking glorious hack. Not gonna lie, keep seeing the breeze cursor and double taking in a Geometry Dash YouTube sort
highlights. In fact, if I just switch to a brighter color palette, the sugar never drops. To resolve this collision, the game drops the candidate position and instead checks for free space on either side of the current position. The sugar grain then moves in the direction with at least 2 pixels of clearance. And with that being the whole algorithm, I guess it is simple enough to make it viable for the average school computer in 2011. There are some fancier mechanics in the game, such as a button to invert gravity or holes that magically teleport the sugar, but those are relatively simple features that don't change the core physics of the game. With that in mind, in spite of the...
Yeah, if your gravity calculation is just moved down by 1 pixel, gravity inversion is just multiply that by -1. Or Betty, rather than calculating every single frame, you just multiply the gravity variable by -1, and there you go. Boom. Easy. Math.
Rancid codebase full of duplicated code that requires the map to now.
Oh
that in
my
mind,
god. No. I just saw this.
The rancid code.
Oh my god. I just saw the case statements.
base full of duplicated code that
That's fucking disgusting. That is so fucking disgusting.
requires a map to navigate. I really can't blame Sugar, because a simple one-off Flash game doesn't need clean code. And I guess it was still cool to see those
Unless you don't want to go fucking insane.
bitmap hacks for Collision. Now, this got me wondering about other Flash games with technically impressive mechanics, so I put out a YouTube community post asking you all for ideas on where to look next. Of course, right off the bat, there were a few mentions of Portal the Flash version. Given the branding of this channel, that does make a lot of sense. So let's take a look. Now, the teleportation mechanic isn't that interesting on it.
No, this is actually really easy. You just, if you touch this, you just move to where the other one is. That's actually a very basic system.
Own. The simplest way to teleport something in a game is to just set its coordinates. But, of course, when implementing...
But it's maintaining momentum by the looks of it.
Simplest way to teleport something in a game is to just set its coordinates. But, of course, when implementing portals, things aren't that straightforward. At the very least, you have to be able to redirect velocity. After all, when Speedy Thing goes in, Speedy Thing comes out. Valve implements this by translating your velocity vector to the new reference frame. This is universally applicable and keeps the behavior of portals consistent. The Flash version, however, has hard-coded behaviors for each...
Yeah, of course it does! Of course it does!
Each of the 4 cardinal directions. This is why you won't find a slanted portal surface. The engine simply doesn't support it. Yes, this simplifies the math a bit, but that comes at the cost of less flexibility and more duplicated code. Now, it's not really that hard to rotate a vector, especially in 2D, but I get the feeling that the developers of this game just weren't as familiar with the math involved. Also, notice how in Valve's implementation, objects near a portal are duplicated on the other side, making you feel like you're actually moving between portals, not just teleporting. This is what lets you have 2 halves of a cube in different locations, despite there only being 1 cube. The Flash version doesn't bother with this. Instead, as you step through a portal, the collision for the respective wall is overwritten, and your jump key is disabled until you've fully gone through the wall, at which point you simply get ejected out on the other side.
Right.
That said, the other portal does react somewhat by rendering a blurry figure of the player as they approach. This is an imitation of how Valve's portals render what's on the other side. Valve does this by masking a separate camera onto the face of the portal, but the Flash version's approach is a lot more primitive. This is just a blurry copy of the player sprite. I went ahead and unblurred it in the game code to better show what's going on. In many cases, the sprite is actually upside down, and in other cases, it's also moving the wrong way. Notice how here I'm jumping up, yet the sprite is moving down. Granted, this is normally just some subtle visual flair, but it just goes to show how hard it is to make portals the way Valve did it. After all, one of the main reasons they hired the Narbacular Drop team is because they had already figured out all of the complicated math. I'd say that Narbacular Drop team is because they had already figured out all of the complicated math. I'd say that at least a part of these discrepancies can likely be attributed to the Flash version team's inexperience in developing something like this. There's a lot of duplicated code here, which is a red flag in almost any code base. And actually, here's a good example of why that's
also a red flag. Lots of magic numbers.
The case. This is the code that handles collision near portals. Feel free to pause the video and see if you can spot them.
Physical target equals P, and N equals 1, and root.noclip equals true. Is that possible?
Mistake. Got your answers ready?
No.
Alright, now the word addition is misspelled in all of these variables, but that on its own isn't really a problem. Code mostly doesn't care about
addition. Dedition. Dedition. Is that what the mistake is? I assume that's what the mistake is.
English grammar as long as you keep the naming consistent. But here, on this one line, the misspelling is further misspelled, missing the letter A.
I love fucking reflection. Man, this is why it's so important for a language to actually have a fucking type system and a sensible type system that will check basic shit like variables existing. This is like, yeah, you being able to like create a new variable like this is just bound to cause problems. Having a var keyword saves you from this ever happening.
One consequence of this is that you can jump on the edge of a right-facing portal. I always thought that this was intended behavior, but if you try to do the same thing on a left-facing portal, you'll just fall right down. And if I patch the code to fix this bug, the same thing now happens on both types of portals. While this ultimately is just a silly typo, it would have been easier to spot if these calculations weren't duplicated and hard-coded to specific angles.
True.
In that case, it would have been obvious if something didn't work quite right. But with the way it's implemented now, the developers only have a 1 in 2 chance to spot the issue. Now, if it seems like I'm being overly critical of these games, you're probably right. Every game has nasty code. There's a reason why developers almost never make it public. As long as it's fun to play, the rest is just a means to an end. Keep in mind that Flash was at its peak during an era of the internet where programming knowledge was rare, yet it often took just one passionate developer to create what we now regard a classic. Things have changed since then, and programming has become more accessible. Of course, for creativity, you've still got your heart. But for code, there's Cody.tech.
Oh!
Cody is the sponsor of this video, and has
Is this fucking Duolingo for code? Oh my god.
Been for a few other videos. Since then, commenters have been quick to point out
Okay, a single brain cell.
That it's basically just Duolingo, but for code. And yeah, essentially that is what you get.
That's not
structured and
point.
interactive lessons on whichever programming language you want to learn. But unlike Duolingo, where a year-long streak means you've learned basically nothing, Cody teaches you how to write real programs by like less.
Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? It's every fucking time. It's VS Code. That is embedded web VS Code. Fucking course it is. It's always fucking VS Code. Microsoft has done so much work in taking over the programming world with VS Code. Every fucking vibe coding IDE is a VS Code skin. Every time you see some sort of programming interface on the web, it's VS Code every single time.
In 10, I've actually been using Cody to learn the Rust programming language, and I'm now looking for a project in which to apply that. They're not paying me to use Cody, and they're not paying me to say these exact words, they're just genuinely that chill. So if you've been planning on getting into programming or learning a new programming language, consider giving Cody a shot through the link in the description. Oh, and one more thing. Cody is doing a sale at the end of this month, but since this video is coming out way before that, they're straight up just giving you all a discount code so that you wouldn't have to wait. So, to get 20% off Cody Pro, use the coupon code on screen or in the description.
Arknights, Enfield, or
Coming back
Hightail.
to that community post,
I've not played either, so I don't know, the waifu game.
The most popular suggestion by far was Run, a series of 3D first-person platformers, with one simple question. How was it 3D? I mean, if you look back to most Flash
Doom
games
3D?
of the era, the vast majority used simple 2D graphics, or at best, faked their 3D with pre-rendered scenes. For the longest time, Flash didn't natively support 3D rendering. It does now, but that was only introduced in Flash 10, which came out on October 2008. But the very first Run game was released a couple of months before that. To get to the bottom of this,
I'm gonna guess... I have not seen this, but I'm gonna guess you're actually not moving, and everything here is fake. So it's emulating 3D movement by just changing the size of the objects. That would be my guess.
Decompiled that first Run game. While Run 3 is the community favorite, that one does take full advantage of the built-in 3D. I also figured that starting with a less ambitious entry would make it easier to reverse engineer. But regardless of which version I picked, it was by no means going to be simple. You see, Run isn't actually developed in Flash ActionScript. It's written in Hax, a very different programming language capable of compiling down to a lot of other platforms, Flash included. This is probably an awesome tool for developers, but it makes decompilation a nightmare. Hax outputs bytecode, avoiding the need for verbose ActionScript. This means that in the decompilation, a lot of variables are missing their names, and a lot of code ends up being mangled. It's a lot harder to understand how something works when you're dealing with nothing but cryptic symbols and numbers. If I had to guess, this is what non-programmers think code looks like. Still, I was able to track down the class responsible for drawing the tiles, and fully cleaned it up with comments and everything. But before we get into how this game works, I want to give you a glimpse of what that cleanup process is like. When I first opened this file, I skimmed it to look for any resemblance of rendering code. There are only 3 functions here that retain their names, that being display, getColor, and getMultiplier. Those first 2 sounded promising, and that's what got me to look at this class in the first place. So, with nothing more to go off of, I started at the getColor function. Right away, the function takes in a parameter of an unknown class. But right below that, I see that this parameter has a z property. That not only tells me that this is a vector, but also that it's a 3D vector, and that this function is using the z-axis for depth. That's exactly what I was looking for. Then there's some arithmetic that I have no chance of understanding just yet, but right after that, there's a call to another unnamed function. Upon first glance, this might seem just as indecipherable as everything else, especially with all those random numerical constants. But
255, they're not random.
Hold on. I recognize those numbers. Those are powers of 2, and more specifically, they're bit masks for the lower 3 bytes of a 32-bit integer. In the context of color, these masks are often used to filter out individual color channels. With that little bit of insight, we now have our first fully deobfuscated function, which I'll call scale color. It takes an RGB color value as an integer and scales each channel by the given factor. From here, we just have to move backwards. In the getColor function, we now know what this last call is, along with reasonable guesses for the parameters going into it. And now that we know what getColor does, we can continue stepping backwards to find out more from the code that references it. It's a lot like a puzzle. Anyway, that's how I got my deobfuscated copy of the code, and that's why I can tell you that this pretty much sums up all the magic. The 4 corners of each tile are projected onto the camera plane, turning 3D coordinates into 2D points, and after that, it's really just a matter of drawing a flat shape from those 2D points. That's why the walls have this blocky gradient going on. It's not as much a stylistic choice as it is a limitation of the fact that these are 2D shapes without any real 3D shading. The player is also not a 3D object, but rather an animated 2D sprite, though I guess that one was probably more obvious. But if it's all just fake 3D drawn with 2D shapes, then how did they do the screen rotations and collisions? Well, while the rendering code is faking the 3rd dimension, the rest of the non-rendering code doesn't have to. As far as I can tell, most of the gameplay-focused stuff uses 3D vector math and trigonometry extensively. So in that regard, it's not much different from a game engine today. The math doesn't care how many dimensions you use, so as long as you have a way to render in 3D, the rest becomes...
So basically, you're just... Okay, so everything is really being handled in 2D. Like, you're showing the player everything in 2D, but you're maintaining that depth in your vector math. That's actually super cool. Way over my head. Like, this is one of those areas where you do need to understand math to actually be able to program. Like, being able to do fake 3D, that, like, actually does require some sort of math background. I would presume this is some sort of math nerd who made this game.
Trivial. Another game that was brought up in the comments is Interactive Buddy, a weird kind of sandbox where you get to play God with this boxed-in sphere creature. I'm not exactly sure what the ethics of this whole situation are, but either way, that's not what we're here to discuss.
cares?
The commenter who brought up this game mentioned that it features its own scripting language. I have seen this game before, but I had no idea you could write code in it. So naturally, I had to take a closer look. Once again, the entire game code decompiles to a single 9,200 line file. Though, because this is only a reconstruction of ActionScript 2 code, there's no way of knowing whether the game was actually developed this way.
Right.
True to the claims, one of the first things we find is an initialization for the scripting engine. But while digging through the code does provide a rough reference for the language, the best way to get a feel for it is to write some code. I wanted to find out whether this silly feature is Turing complete. If it is, that would mean that the engine can perform any computation, given enough time and resources. So, to prove this, I decided to write a brainfuck interpreter. Now, I've already made a whole entire video covering this cursed language, but here's the gist of it. Brainfuck is an incredibly simple language, consisting of just 8 valid characters. This simplicity also makes it difficult to use, hence the name. But fundamentally, its design mimics that of a Turing machine, which by definition is Turing complete. In most programming languages, writing a brainfuck interpreter is often a trivial exercise. But in the case of ShockScript, yes, that's actually what it's called, it took substantial effort. Most operations in ShockScript are kind of like Excel functions. There's a name, a pair of brackets, and a few comma-separated arguments. Even an if statement follows the same structure, which is pretty non-standard for a programming language. There's also no way to define your own functions, aside from writing code into a string and evaluating that. And, to top it all off, there are several bugs in the scripting engine. Of
course there are.
For example, the order of operations is completely messed up. In this if statement, the AND operator applies not to the pair of comparisons as you'd expect it to, but to the operands adjacent to it.
Right, okay.
Even if you add brackets, it still doesn't work. I found that the only way around this was to create named variables with the value of each condition. But in the end, I did manage to get a simple Hello World program to work from within the brainfuck interpreter. So, hooray!
Slow, but
this simple Flash game is Turing complete. Given enough resources and patience, you could eventually use it to run GTA 6. Now, that's all pretty cool, but while looking through the game's code, I spotted something else. Something arguably more impressive than a hidden scripting engine. This game implements its own physics. In most Flash games, the physics are handled by a ready-made physics library that you can just throw into your code, configure a bit, and then forget about. The heavy lifting is done by someone else. What you're currently looking at is Home Sheep Home.
My stepdad is a really big fan of Shaun the Sheep. He loves Shaun the Sheep. I don't think I've ever mentioned this before, but like, if he would be more than happy to just sit down and just watch Shaun the Sheep all day.
Speedrun this game, and in my prime, I dissected the code.
Do you not know Shaun the Sheep? I think it's British, actually. It's a spin-off of Wallace and Gromit. Yeah, it's British. It's British. Yeah, it's a spin-off of Wallace and Gromit. I didn't know that. Give me a second. Shaun the Sheep theme song. This will probably get DMCA.
He's Shaun the Sheep. He's Shaun the Sheep. He even mucks about with those who cannot bleat. Keep it in mind, he's one of a kind. Oh, life's a treat with Shaun the Sheep. He's Shaun the Sheep. He's Shaun the Sheep. He's Shaun the Sheep. He's Shaun the Sheep. He doesn't miss a trick or ever lose a beat. Perhaps someday you'll find a way to come and meet with Shaun the Sheep. Oh, come and play with Shaun the Sheep.
showing the sheep. He's showing the sheep. I've seen the show, I didn't know it was country of origin.
Code through and through to hunt for glitches and movement tricks. And that's when I learned that many such Flash games use a robust physics engine called Box 2D. For my glitch hunting, that meant that it's unlikely I'd find many physics-related bugs, given that engines like these are often fairly stable. But coming back to
that was
interactive
intentional?
bugs, given that engines like my glitch hunting, that meant that it's unlikely
Is it
I'd find
intentional?
many physics-related
No, I don't
bugs.
think that's intentional. I don't think flying sheeps are intentional.
Given that engines like these are often fairly
Maybe it
stable.
is. Fucked if
but
I know.
Coming back to Interactive Buddy,
gonna
this
assume no.
doesn't use Box 2D. In fact, this doesn't use any general-purpose physics engine. It's all in-house code, written specifically for this game, which certainly does some work in explaining the 9,000-line code footprint. If there's any takeaway to be had from digging through the code, it's that this game, and frankly all of the games we've talked about, are a work of passion. Thanks again to Cody for sponsoring this video, and thank you for watching.
That was another great video. Box 2D mention, I assume that's something you've heard of before then? Speaking of making engines, less impressive, but... What's this? What is this? Yes, Geometry Dash is a game engine. No, that was a cool video. I actually really enjoyed that. Portal Runner makes great content. Absolutely great content. We need to watch more of his stuff. That's for sure. I guess so. I'm just seeing what I have in the thread. USB-C is a complete mess. How long's this one? Okay, there's that one. How long was this one? We could just have me freaking out over how good Trails in the Sky is. That's an option. Oh, there's the PewDiePie video. What else do we have here? There's the Coke video. What do we got here? How one game ended Sega's console legacy. You know what? We'll check that out. Wait, did you not know? No, he went and worked with Wit Studio. The cock video. It's 30 minutes long though. So maybe we'll save that for another time. We'll check out the Sega video. Yeah, let's do this. How one game ended Sega's console legacy.
Today, you've got slim pickings when it comes to gaming consoles.
Yeah, you buy a Steam Deck.
PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo. Pick one, like a starter Pokemon, and be on your way. But it wasn't always like this. There used to be tons of consoles to choose from. Atari, Namco, Bandai, and one company that used to be...
Don't forget about the Russian NES. Or the Chinese NES.
Among the top brass was Sega.
Sega!
In the late 80s and early 90s, the Sega Genesis was competing against the Super Nintendo for the title of the most popular console in the world. They had their own catalog of games, an ad campaign that painted Nintendo as a bunch of squares, and it looked like they were poised to become the favorite console, at least in North America. So, when it came time to release a new generation of consoles in the mid-90s, Sega made it their goal to blow Nintendo out of the water. Enter the Sega Saturn, a $399 home Nintendo out of the water. Enter the Sega Saturn, a
Sorry, so I thought you said 500. Sorry, I thought I heard 500. That would have been much worse. Brody, Genesis or SNES? I never had either. My first console was a PS2. I've played older stuff, but my first home console was a PS2.
$99 home console that was capable of competing with arcade-level graphics.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, released in 1994, the hardware was a little bit too good, and the price tag of $399 scared most people away.
What were the consoles at the time?
Adding insult to injury, the Sony PlayStation released in 1995,
There you go.
a full $100 cheaper, and the Nintendo 64 released in 1996, causing the Saturn to be a huge financial flop for Sega.
Right.
With their backs against the wall, Sega had one last chance to turn their fortunes around, and turn to a man they believed could save the company,
Surely.
a Japanese game creator named Yu Suzuki. Nicknamed the Shigeru Miyamoto of Sega,
Whenever someone is the I am the of other thing, you know it's gonna go well. You know it's gonna be a great experience.
Yu was one of those true visionaries that comes around once in a generation. He was an auteur, an engineer, and kind of a mystic all rolled into one.
Okay.
His most popular game up until that point, Virtua Fighter, is seen by many as the first game to use 3D polygonal people, and his reputation for creating greatness was virtually unmatched.
Okay,
So,
fair enough, fair
needing
enough.
something special to get their company back on track, Sega reached out to Yu and offered him carte
Me?
blanche to give him whatever resources he needed to build the game of his dreams. But Yu's approach to game making was a little bit different. In a world where video games were about clearing levels, setting high scores, or beating the person next to you, Yu wasn't satisfied with just making another game. He wanted to create an experience, one that reflected real life in Japan. From the get-go, he made it clear that his goal was to make a game that would transcend genre.
One thing I kind of love is at this point, fucking Ryuga Gotoku are the developers of Virtua Fighter. The fucking Yakuza devs are the ones who like have the development rights. Obviously, they're part of that whole like Sega brand, but that's the studio that is in charge of making fucking Virtua Fighter.
A game that was free, in his own words. Originally, he wanted to make a fighting game that followed around Akira Yuki from Virtua Fighter, but the fighting game genre was kind of limiting. So, he settled on an RPG instead, tasking Sega with creating a bespoke game engine for him to realize his dreams, and then went on to hire a diverse team of musicians, writers, and technical staff, which would eventually grow to a team of 300 people. But the first step in Yu's process wasn't what you'd expect from a game maker. It was to simply listen to music. That's it. Sit around, listen to classical music, and get the vibe of the game. With that out of the way, it was time to start creating the world of Shenmue. One of the things Yu was passionate about was 3D models that reflected real life. His work on Virtua Fighter meant he had a lot of experience on the subject, and he was ready to take 3D character models to the next level. At the time, this was the bar
this watching a video about Sega fucking dying
for 3D rendered faces, and Yu was dead set on raising that bar exponentially. He started by tasking his artists with creating 2D drawings, then they hired a sculptor to come in and build the models out of clay, then Yu used motion capture technology to model the movements and facial expressions of real people.
That's
the end
actually fucking crazy for the time.
result was something completely mind-blowing in 1999. This level of detail was unheard of in game making, and it was implied throughout the entire game. Every character had 3D modeled faces. You could open any drawer, pick up almost any item and look at it. You had the team spend an inordinate amount of time designing several different doors to ensure that buildings felt authentic to what they were like in Japan. They even went as far as creating backstories for every single NPC in the game.
Itoi-san.
I just, since we're here, he's not gonna play it, so I'm gonna play it, just because it's funny.
Itoi-san, how do you know about the three blades?
Years ago, I was Chinese.
That's all you need to know about the game.
Including information like age, name, weight, blood type, nationality, how old their wife is, what company they work at, how many days they get off per week. There's so many tiny features in this game that even diehard fans are still discovering new quirks. Unfortunately, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows working for Yu Suzuki. Many employees described coming into work, sitting down for an unplanned meeting, and learning about some brand new idea he had that needed to be in the game. One day it was a gachapon machine stocked with toys from Sonic and Virtua Fighter. Next, he'd ask you to program 365 days of weather, accurately reflecting meteorological Fighter. Next, he'd ask you to program 365 days of weather, accurately reflecting meteorological records from Yokosuka in 1986. Then he'd want Ryu to be able to chug a can of Coke. Any of these things would take an incredibly long time to implement, and the scope creep was difficult to manage. Despite a staff of more than 300, the team lacked modern tools for tracking bugs and tasks. Developers would often sleep at the office trying to get bits of the game finished on time, and there was quite a bit of friction between the grand vision Ryu wanted to realize and the people below him who were responsible for making it happen. That being said, if Shenmue was going to be good enough to save Sega, maybe that's the kind of visionary thinking they needed. When development for Shenmue began in 1996, it was originally slated to release on the Sega Saturn. However, due to the Saturn's poor sales, Sega turned their hopes to a new generation of console, the Dreamcast. They wanted Shenmue to be a console seller, a reason for gamers to throw Mario 64 and Final Fantasy to the wayside and pick up their console.
This was an era where that was not gonna happen. This was during, like, the peak of Final Fantasy. No shot. And Nintendo, they've had a stranglehold since consoles. Like, until, like, Final Fantasy was a console seller up until 10. Like, you were not gonna fight Final Fantasy at this time.
Instead. At first, it seemed like their ploy was working. When magazines started publishing pictures of Shenmue, the graphics were so realistic, people mistook the screenshots for concept art. When they realized the images were rendered in-game, their minds were blown. No one could believe graphics like these could be rendered in real time, let alone on a home console. But these kind of graphics came at a very real cost. It's estimated that Sega sunk upward of $47 million to develop Shenmue, a total that comes out to nearly $100 million today.
Not a crazy expensive game today, but like that's still a big investment for it to not do great.
Adjusting for inflation. Even if Shenmue could move consoles like they wanted, it was going to take a lot of sales for them to recoup their money.
I actually haven't played the game. That could be fun at some point.
Sadly, Sega was dropping the ball, and other factors were putting them in a position to fail before they'd even started. For example, Electronic Arts wanted exclusive rights to sports games on the Dreamcast.
Of course they did.
But Sega CEO Bernie Stoller said no. He wanted to make his own sports games. In response, EA pulled all of their titles from the Dreamcast, seriously weakening their position since Madden was one of the biggest games in the world at the time. Seeing Sega in trouble, Sony decided to really mess with Sega, announcing the PlayStation 2 around the same time that the Dreamcast released. Seeing the PlayStation 2 right around the corner, a console that would have EA titles, most gamers simply chose to wait it out. Yeah, the Dreamcast is cool.
Yeah, what year was the Dreamcast? Dreamcast was 99. What year was Final Fantasy X? Because, yeah, Shenmue was, like, really impressive looking. 2001. Yeah, it was an impressive looking game. And then FF10 comes out. FF10, in many ways, still holds up today.
But the PlayStation 2 is going to be even cooler. With this kind of environment, regardless of how good Shenmue actually was, it would take a miracle for it to sell the Dreamcast in any meaningful way. But there was still hope. Shenmue finally released on December 29th, 1999.
Wow.
Yu Suzuki's vision of creating an experience truly came together in the final product. It had everything. Hyper-realistic 3D models, rooms you could enter, and cupboards you could rummage through. It had forklift racing.
Forklifts!
Yeah, there's nothing
I
quite...
I forgot about the forklifts.
Like heading down to the docks with your boys and ripping around on some heavy machinery. But to many who are used to playing, you know, games, Shenmue was a little bit too out there.
Yeah. So, we were starting to, like, Final Fantasy had been a thing already. Dragon Quest already existed. But most games, like, the idea of a story game was still a relatively new concept, right? Nowadays, every game is a story game. But back then, you'd, like, what? A handful of franchises that were like that. Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy. Dragon Quest wasn't even that popular in the West. So mainly Final Fantasy. What other story-focused series were there at the time? Because remember, this is even pre, like, a lot of the mascot platformer stuff. Mario. Shut up. No, Mario has like a 10-second cutscene and then no more story for the rest of the game. Star Ocean. Yeah, it was mainly JRPGs, wasn't it? The Manga. Yeah, it was mostly Japanese titles. You didn't really have much of that from the West. So something like this was just, especially with Sega being bigger in the West, this was a very, very bold concept at the time.
Our gameplay loop was walking around Yokosuka asking people questions. Often, you'd have to catch them at a certain time of day, and you might be forced to wait for hours in-game, as Shenmue had no feature to skip time forward. Usually, after spending the whole morning standing around, you'd finally get a chance to talk to the person you'd been looking.
Shadow of the Colossus? No, what year was that? That was a PS2 title. I feel like it was a late PS2 title, wasn't it? Or was it early? 2005. So same year as Yakuza 1.
For, only for them to stare at you blankly and say, I don't know. And that's not even mentioning the English dub for the game, which is infamous.
But Itoi's...
Oh, he did the thing! I didn't think it was gonna happen!
Son, how do you know about the three blades?
Years ago, I was Chinese.
I didn't think it was gonna happen. Drakengard was 2003. Let's see if we can find some other stuff. Shin and dub funny. Years ago, I was Chinese. Oh, and this is the second game.
Hey, what's wrong? Hey, what's wrong?
I'm scared.
Me? Well... Wait, I won't do anything.
Really?
You have my word.
You're still mad.
Me? Well...
Let's find another one. What's this?
Got a minute?
Huh? Get out of my space, schoolboy!
Excuse me.
Huh? Who the hell you think you are?
Excuse me.
Oh, no. I just can't now.
This weird coat.
What kind of coat?
It was a deep green.
So anyway, darn cold today, isn't it?
True.
There's a lot of fake stuff circulating these days, but...
Is every single Wait, sorry. Does every NPC have a unique voice actor?
We only stock the real thing.
Do you know of any places where sailors hang out?
I don't imagine they'd be here. Probably the red light district, eh?
I'm trying to find some sailors.
Sailors? I see lots of them in the evenings.
Do you know about the three blades?
Who told you about that, son?
Nowadays, soccer is hip.
Wow.
I was having a drink with your father.
Man, I'm sure there is a fan translation to play the Japanese version. However, I think we have to play with the dub. I think we have to.
But despite being somewhat clunky, Shenmue was still a great success on paper, selling 1.18 million
God, why is the camera so wobbly?
Copies and becoming the fourth most popular game on the Sega Dreamcast. Unfortunately, by the time the game was released heading into the year 2000, Sega had only sold 5.2 million units of the Dreamcast. Doing some quick math, Shenmue cost $47 million to make, games were selling for $50 each, 5.2 million Dreamcast sold by 2000. In order for Shenmue to break even, every Dreamcast owner would have had to buy the game 4 times. It was a mathematical impossibility that Shenmue would break even, let alone save Sega. Yu Suzuki spent years creating this incredible masterpiece, only for it to be released on a console that no one was buying. And less than a year later...
If this game released on the PS2, I'm actually so curious what would have happened if it released on the PS2. Right? Like, this probably... I wouldn't be surprised if this... Considering how much it sold on the Dreamcast, this may have ended up being like one of the... Did it release on the Xbox? Yeah, but wouldn't that have been later? Like, it did release on other things afterwards. ...2002. Yeah, the Xbox version came in 2002. But if it released on the PS2 originally, this probably would have been a very different... They were making a PS2 port and they scrapped it. You scrapped the port to the biggest console for like the next 10 years. Incredible. Amazing. Good job, guys.
Later, Sega announced that the Dreamcast would be their final console. Although this was the end of Sega as a major player in the console wars, it wasn't the end for Shenmue. A sequel released in 2001 as one last hurrah for the Dreamcast before it was discontinued. Shenmue 2 turned out to be a huge improvement from the first game. NPCs would actually lead you to locations, you could skip time forward, there was a mini-map, and the game ended on one of the great cliffhangers in gaming, one that would leave players hanging for 18 long years. For almost 2 decades, fans thought Shenmue 2 was the end of the series. But in 2015, a little thing called Kickstarter changed all that. After raising more than $6.3 million, Yu Suzuki got to work on Shenmue 3. If not for himself, then to do right by...
It's actually kind of interesting to me that they, like, just let the IP move over to him. Check the link for why it was scrapped. GPU problems, shader problems. Why wasn't it released? I think it was due to rights, not technical issues. See, it was tied up in real companies like Timex watches and Coca-Cola drinks. That contract was only for the dream car. Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's actually so gross. It's because of fucking licensing of real objects.
All of the fans who wanted one more Shenmue. The game finally released in 2019, and although it was a little old school, described by Martin Robinson in Eurogamer as completely ignorant of modern trends in open world gaming, or indeed trends of the last 20 years, hardcore Shenmue fans didn't mind. They were just excited to get back and live in the world of Shenmue one last time. Today, Shenmue remains a legend. It topped BAFTA's list of the most influential games of all time. It has perhaps one of the most avid, voracious, committed fandoms in all of gaming. The 3D graphics were groundbreaking at the time and still look pretty good even today. The effort put into every little detail was unparalleled, and although it wasn't the commercial success Sega needed it to be, Yu Suzuki did fulfill what he set out to create. An experience. A little piece of Japan frozen in time. A piece of art that really does make you feel free.
Hope I play it one day. I'd be game to play it. You know, there's lots of series that I've been meaning to play for a long time, like, you know, Metal Gear Solid. lots of fun things I need to get around to at some point when I eventually decide to do so. That was a good video. I don't think I've seen this guy's stuff before. No, I actually don't think I've seen this guy's stuff before. Did I miss the Ween segment? What is it?
Today, you've got Slim Pig.
The what? The Weeb segment? Well, on that note, actually, we do have this. We do have this that I was gonna watch. The video is from 3 years ago, but I recently finished the first Trails in the Sky, and I fucking love the game. I'm playing through... Well, I finished the second game as well. I'm playing through the third game right now, and it's amazing. There's a remake that came out, Trails in the Sky... what is it called? Trails in the Sky, the first chapter? Is that what the remake's called? Trails in the Sky, the first chapter. Yeah, that's the remake. This one. But just go back and play the original. The remake's great as well, but like, go back and play the original. Watch the trailer, because I want to. This is one of those very rare, incredibly faithful remakes. No, complete different series. No, Trails is made by the developers of the East series.
Everyone, let's go!
Gross English dub. I doubt we have the Japanese voices here. Can I, you know what, can I find the JP trailer? I actually don't want to hear the in voices. JP trailer. God damn it. I won't be able to maybe we'll just accept the EN voices. Oh, wait, is this it? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Better. You should play Trails in the Sky. Do it. Oh, I didn't realize they'd actually been recast at some point. Okay. I guess it makes sense. The original games came out like 20 years ago. Fucking Cassius. Fucking Cassius. Wait, tell me. Wait, is Olivia the only character that hadn't been recast over the years? Maybe Jin wasn't replaced either. Oh man, I actually kind of want to go back and play the remake. Going back and seeing this now, knowing like what happened through the first game, what happened through the second game. I need to play the remake. I love the original game, but anyway, on that note, so I played Trails in the Sky for the first time. Let's watch the video and let me just rave about how great this game is. Already a great start.
Welcome back to Retro Rebound. In today's video, we're getting into a relatively unknown JRPG series known as The Legends of Heroes. Specifically, we're talking about the first entry in the Sky trilogy, known as The Legends of Heroes Trails.
Which is where you should start. Don't listen to anyone who's like, oh, you could just start playing Cold Steel. You could play Trails from... No, just fucking go play Trails. Go play Sky. Just start from the start. Don't start from Cold Steel. Don't start from Reverie. Just go start from the start.
In the Sky. Now, before I continue on...
I'm playing through the third right now.
Any further, I need to address the setup right now. It's a bit different from our typical Retro Rebound recording environment, where we have the nice microphone, the lighting. Just bear with me a little bit. I do like Kevin, though. The weather has been awful this week. I couldn't make it to our usual studio space to record, so it's not going to sound as great, look as great, but we're talking about great games, which I think is common amongst all of our videos. So, before I get into anything at all, I need to make sure it's clear that we're going to be a bit more methodical in this video compared to our usual So I Played for the First Time videos, where we've talked about Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy IX,
I did like Chrono Trigger as well,
where there has always been an assumed familiarity by the audience. And so it's just me talking about my first time playing these classic games that I missed out on.
I do love this.
Giving my opinion.
I hope throughout the entire video he just plays the OST, because I fucking love the OST.
Parts that I think are worth talking about. Whereas for the Trails series, since I really understand that this one isn't as popular, I want to explain what it is, what it's a part of, why it's actually a pretty important game series.
Baseball paper.
And then, as per usual, get into my thoughts in spoiler-free fashion, unless we distinguish otherwise. So if you're new here and you're looking for more retro reviews, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. Now, let's talk about the Trails of series, specifically the first entry of Trails in the Sky. Okay, so first off, I need to just say that I'm talking to two different audiences right now, and sometimes I'll be talking straight to the Trails audience. Sometimes I'll be talking to people who don't even know what this game is. And I know it won't intermingle all that well, and it'll sound like I'm over-explaining myself a lot to one side or the other. What I mean by that is, Trails is effectively...
Wow, that footage is a massive fucking spoiler.
To one side or the other. What I mean by that...
Is this in, like, the opening of the PSP game?
That is, Trails
Surely
is
not.
effectively the MCU of
Or is
JRPG.
this from the anime? I actually don't know. Maybe it's from the anime.
Jeez, you know how Marvel loves to interweave these storylines, and everyone is here, and they're all meeting up? That's what Trails effectively builds up to across about, like, 9, 10 or so JRPGs.
I think you're underestimating it. Trails series. So. We have Trails in the Sky, Trails in the Sky SC, Trails in the Sky the Third, Trails from Zero, Trails to Azure, Trails of Cold Steel, Trails of Cold Steel 2, Trails of Cold Steel 3, Trails of Cold Steel 4, Trails into Reverie, Trails through Daybreak 2, Trails Beyond the Horizon. And here we just have the remakes. All of these games are connected. These aren't like individual games. This is a continuous storyline. Now, sometimes, like, Cold Steel happens at the same time as this. But, like, they're all in the same universe. You have characters from Sky that show up in, like, Cold Steel or Reverie, things like that. So, play from the start. Plan on playing 1 and 2 remake when it's out. Unfortunately, the originals are missing Japanese text. Is Trails just a title, or is there something in the games that is called that? Trails is kind of just the title, but each of these headings do relate to what happens in the game. Yeah, that's all. I can't speak for some of the later stuff, but there is a reason why it's called Cold Steel, and there's a reason why. This is Sky. Yes.
That are full-on games with lots of writing and storytelling and great combat.
The second game took me about 100 hours to finish.
This series is immensely impressive as a whole. It's a real testament to attention to detail in writing, and it all began in 2004 with Trails in the Sky. This comes from developer Nihon Falcom, who's responsible for this series. They're still active to this day, and in fact, they're bringing back some of the older Trails games like Zero and Azure to modern consoles, which is exciting because that would follow the release order where after the Sky trilogy came out...
Oh, was this before those got... Because I know it was only relatively recently they got the Steam release. I guess it was before then. Shit.
Then we had Zero and Azure. But yet they have yet to bring Trails in the Sky as a trilogy to modern consoles. It's only available on PC, and you can get it on PSP if you want, as well as Vita, but then you're just buying the inferior version. Why is that? Well, on PC, there's this thing called Turbo Mode, which is famous in the Trails franchise, but you may never have heard of it. Think of a game going into fast forward whenever you press a button. So combat animations speed up, general battle flow will speed up, So if you're fighting a bunch of mob enemies, you can fast forward through all of this, so you don't have to sit there and grind mindlessly and extend your game hours.
Well, the thing is, it's not really much in the way of grinding in the series anyway. Maybe if you're playing on, like, Nightmare and skipping enemies? But if you're just killing everything as you go, it's not a JRPG that you really need to grind that much in, unless you really want to get certain abilities.
What's hilarious is these games end up being 40 to 50 hours a pop, even when you're using this turbo mode. So that mode, which is very vital to the pacing of Trails, is included in the PC version, but it's not in the PSP version. There's also differences in translations and bits of writing that aren't going to be in the PSP version, which I think this game feels better on, and it's why we don't have a physical box copy like we usually do in these videos. So I would recommend taking the PC route, but effectively all of these storylines build off of each other, and there's even moments, as someone who's played Trails of Cold Steel, the series available on PS3, Vita, and now PS4, as well as Switch, that you can see happening in the Trails in the Sky series. It's phenomenal writing. So hopefully that's a too long didn't read on the immense size of this franchise and just how it's crazy, it's unknown. It's really games that are built specifically for their fans.
There's actually a problem that the developers have run into. Now that there's the series is so long, getting someone into it is very difficult, because to really appreciate, like, when Estel shows back up in a later game, or stuff that happens with Olivia, or returning characters in Cold Steel, you need to play through, like, this is this is one of those series where you really need like 500 hours of context to really like appreciate the newest games. It's not something that gets good after 500 hours, but to really appreciate the newest stuff, you kind of need to go back and play the older ones.
So impressive. So now, with that primer, let's talk about Trails in the Sky and why I've really found myself enjoying this series a ton. Now, I have to admit, I'm surrounded by a lot of Trails fans in my life, and I have been sold a lot of promises on how this game continues to deliver. What I want to make people aware of, first and foremost, and Trails fans will know what I'm talking about here, is these stories always demand your patience, okay? Think of how...
Especially the first game. The first game is a bit of a slow burn. It's a good slow burn, but the big events do take quite a lot of setup to get to. The second game gets into it quite a bit faster, and then third is, shit's happening right from the start. But you start the first game as like so adventurers in this series are called bracers. You start as like a junior bracer. You're like not even qualified yet. You're like going out and just doing really basic tasks from the start of the game.
Sifu, a FromSoft game, you kind of get beat over the head and you're like, why are you doing this to me? And then finally on the other side, there's an appreciation because you understand it. You get why they were doing all this. The Trails series is that, but with storytelling. Throughout my first entry with Trails in the Sky, and this isn't my first rodeo with Trails. I've played Cold Steel 1, 2, played a little bit of 3, but stopped and went back to Sky because apparently that's the best order to play in. But when I'm playing Sky, I'm having to do some of these menial objectives, and I'm going, why do you want me to do these types of things? Why? I don't want to do boring fetch quests, only to see how these characters and everything that's happened in this world building now connects to this major event happening in the story that is a pillar to everything that'll happen afterwards. So you get annoyed with yourself because you go, well, the story here is actually pretty good, but there's moments where it generally doesn't feel good until you get to the solution, once you get past the finish line. So it's a continuous loop of frustration payoff for me. Frustration payoff.
I was never frustrated. I just enjoyed the journey.
Then you always understand it at the end. Now, this story is based around two children, Estelle Bright and Joshua Bright, brother and sister, and they're all...
Yes. Yeah. Brother and sister. Yes. That's what they are.
Off to be bracers, effectively mercenaries for this world they're in, where they're running around completing odd jobs. And they're inspired by their father, Cassius Bright, who one day, see ya,
Fucking Cassius. It is a recurring thing, but are they blood related? No, he is adopted. That becomes very important to the story.
He just goes missing. And they're like, what happened to our dad? And so they eventually go on a journey across all these lands, and it's a lot of war.
Let me show you the wiki. Esteru... Wiki. Oh yeah, this is what I mean by characters showing back up. So, Estel in the first game, second, third, that's her series. But then she just shows up in Zero, Azure, Cold Steel 4, Reverie again. So, where is it? Joshua Bright, adopted brother, lover.
And world building as you just go from town to town to town, doing these side quests and building up effectively the world space that this entire trilogy is going to take place in. Like, that's what Trails is about. They will spend an entire first entry in a game.
So the first game makes so many references to other regions. Trails world map. So far, not even every single region has been explored. So the first series takes place here in Liberl. I believe Zero and Azure are in Calvard. And then Cold Steel takes place in Erebonia. But there's still areas where, like, we've never even seen in some of the games. But we know the world map. We know what the world map is, except this part. I don't know. This has just never been fully established yet.
Just building the world. And of course, a main story they're pulling you along. But they'll just spend a whole entry building the world, so that in the second entry and the third entry, they don't.
So the second game actually reuses the map from the first game. You go back to all of the same towns. So there's also I don't know if he's going to mention it. There's also a save transfer system. So you bring in your save from the first game, and if you did side quests in the first game, NPCs you did quests for will actually make reference to the fact that you did something for them before. And we're like, hey, do you remember me? You did this thing for me. And sometimes you might get like an extra item for it. But like, the games are very clearly like connected together.
To explain a thing to you, they hit the ground
running.
It
is really cool.
As someone who's
I always appreciate that when like NPCs remember that you did something.
Almost done with the second game, the pacing is mighty different. It's the same thing with Trails of Cold Steel. When you finish Trails of Cold Steel 1, you're like, that was kind of slow. Then you start up Cold Steel 2 and you go, oh my god. Oh my god, this is amazing. They're going so fast now. It plays with your
Oh yeah, also the second game literally takes place 5 minutes after the ending of the first game. The second game starts with the cutscene the first game ends with. That's how like directly connected the sequels, at least 1 and 2 are. Why don't you make it a live service game at this point? Please no, don't do it.
Expectations in the most unique way I've ever experienced in a JRPG, because when you think it's being slow, it's actually teaching you an important lesson about the world.
Pay attention.
There's not one wasted bit of dialogue here, and that's something I appreciate about Trails a lot, because it tests your patience, and if you're really attentive to the detail of the writers, you can absolutely see across the board, they don't waste a line of dialogue. Nothing is said without care. And it's weird because it's such a wordy game. They always are talking to you that you're like, certainly this is BS right now. It's not. That's what's amazing about Trails in the Sky. And so it'll test your patience, but if you stick with it, I think you're in for a rewarding journey. And I won't spoil anything, but once you get to the end, you go, oh.
Yeah, the first game's ending. Holy!
So this is where we're going. It is an immense payoff. I can't say that enough. It's a story about true payoff. But at its heart are amazing characters. Estelle is a phenomenal female lead, and you can really appreciate...
The the thing with all of the characters in Sky as well is when you first meet them, they all kind of seem like one-dimensional trope characters. Like, Estelle is the tsundere character, Joshua is the, you know, the calm male lead character, Tita is this, like, cute emoto character, Olivia is the pervert character, Agat is this, like, angry boy, Sherazade is, well, the counter to Olivia. She is the pervert herself. But as you go through the game, you realize the characters are a lot deeper than, like, Clause as well. She's like this Ojo-sama character initially, but as you go through the game, you realize these characters, like, are a lot more in-depth than they initially seem.
What Falcom has done as a developer, because there are so many things I've seen in this game that I used to say, oh, Trails copied this from X, Y, and Z, when actually this developer was a trailblazer in so many ways. Their representation in gaming, some of the themes.
I forgot about this. I forgot about this line from the introduction of Olivia. Oh man, what an introductory line. Jesus fucking Christ. No homo, no, Olivia loves everyone. Olivia loves everyone. Doesn't matter who you are.
They tackle, especially in the first Sky game, really impressive, mature games. And it's kind of funny because a lot of the Trails community, from what I've seen, when it comes into Cold Steel, says the game gets a bit more immature. I still do generally prefer, so far, Cold Steel. But Sky is a mature...
Well, Cold Steel literally takes place in a school. It should reasonably make sense that it has like a more immature feel to it.
Well-written, fun JRPG. So let's talk a bit about gameplay. Now that you have an idea of the story, the world, the pacing, and the characters. Shout out to Agate,
Angry
by the way.
Boy.
Almost forgot about Agate. My favorite character in the Trails of the Sky trilogy.
Okay.
I love this man. I would die for him. He's amazing. He's literally the Trails of Cloud. That's who he is. He's Cloud. But I don't care. I don't care that they ripped him off. He's dope. They did an amazing job building his character. Anyway, let's move into the gameplay. So I mentioned turbo mode. That's pretty fundamental to the pacing of this game. And it's weird because I fight with myself. I think, well, if the combat was paced properly and animations were timed properly, we wouldn't need a turbo mode to speed through combat. But you don't really have to use it, but it's a good option because it'll get you to the next point in the story, which is the superstar of this whole game.
Literally every combat encounter, I just hold down turbo mode. The combat animations are really slow. Can you validate his Cloud comparison? I don't know. In some sense, yeah, he is kind of like Cloud. Cloud. Cloud through early 7 is kind of just an angry boy and thinks everyone else is just fucking stupid. But I don't know. I can see where he's going with that. He also is, you know, the big greatsword as well. But I feel like Cloud is the way he is because I don't know. Like, it's actually, I hadn't thought of this comparison before. So maybe he is onto something. I'm trying to cope right now. Yeah, I can see it. I feel like he's such a different character, though, from how he starts acting in the second game, that it's really hard for me to say that. Because in the second game, the reason why he is the way he is in the first game is Estelle and Joshua, they're fucking morons. They have no idea what they're doing, and Agat is basically forced to effectively babysit these junior braces who he doesn't want to deal with because he knows they're shit at their job. Also, he has a lot of respect for their father Cassius, and sort of that he knows what they can be, but he also knows that if they don't shut the fuck up, they're gonna get themselves killed. Force grow up and be in... throughout the second game, you realize why Agat is the way he is. There's like a... When you start seeing his backstory, there's a good reason why he acts the way he does. Because... that's big spoiler, actually. But... Yeah, I will say that he opens up, but he's the way he is because he doesn't want to see these kids get killed, basically.
Pretty well, it's the combo mode
here
to speed through combat, but you don't really have to use it. But it's a good option.
But he's only a little bit older than Estel and Joshua anyway. I think he's like 20. Estel and Joshua in the first game are 16, I think. I don't remember. I think 16 sounds right.
Option because it'll get you to the next point in the story, which is the superstar of this whole game.
So
quicker.
He's still really young
so
himself.
It's a back and forth, but the combat here is awesome. So what happens is when you land attacks or you are hit, you're going to build up CP. CP will allow you to tap into different skills
Japanese
and abilities
games.
where you can eventually unleash an ultimate attack that can heal your entire party or slash up the entire field of battle if you use like Joshua's Black Fang attack. It is awesome because it gives you...
Wait, I didn't even realize...
Use like Joshua's Black Fang attack. It is...
Having finished the first game and finished the second game, this didn't click with me at all. There's a great reason why his eyes are like this. Oh my god, I'm actually still learning. I am still learning shit about this game. Like you see his eyes down here, he's happy boy. Here, ooh, depression boy. There's actually a plot reason why it's like this.
Awesome. Because it gives you feedback no matter when you are attacking and what you are using, whether it's a basic attack, an ability.
Also, the name of the attack is very important as well.
Magic. And the way it all clicks together is the turn order. Never have I seen in a JRPG a more interactive turn order than in the Trails of series, where different debuffs and buffs will appear on the top left corner. And you'll see sometimes an exclamation point for a critical hit, or you'll see a sword that'll multiply the damage.
Yeah, so you might see... So these abilities down here are called your S-Craft. You can use these and break turn order. So they cost all of your CP gauge, but they unleash an ultimate, and you can either use them on your turn, or if you see something along the side here, like, say, a damage up, or a critical, or something like this is like a health restore here, but if there's like a critical or damage up here, you can break turn order, and then steal that buff, and unleash more damage than you would have by using it on your actual turn.
I think.
Or, in some situations, like if you have Claudia in your party, she had, like, her ability is a heal. So there might be, like, a big turn, or, like, there might be a bunch of, like, really fast enemies, and they knock out most of your party. So you can then jump in with her, revive everyone, or heal them back up to full health, and then make your way through the rest of the encounter.
10%. You'll also see other buffs that'll pop up, like bonus Sepith. And if you time out debuffs, spells, or if you see, say, a critical attack in the turn order, you can activate your ultimate attack, which will immediately take that next turn. And so you can steal criticals from the enemies and just jeopardize the flow of battle. There's a lot of control put into the player's hands. So at face value, you'll see, yeah, standard JRPG, it's got physical attacks and magic attacks, and enemies have...
I forgot, like, how tame the S-Crafts were in the first game. Let me show you how kind of crazy they get in the second game. Tita Satellite Beam. I guess this is third. That works as well. Oh, that was... Here we go, JP. They have the JP voices? A fucking space laser! me see if I can find some other ones. Estel Wheel of Time. Oh my, stop resetting the fucking scroll. Why is it doing that? Here? Oh god, it's the dub. Whatever, it works. That's not, that was not the move that I searched for. Trails the third Wheel of Time. Yes, this is the one. Here we go. Why do you have an intro on a 30-second video? The intro is half the video.
Wanna see what I got? Ha! Yeah! Too slow.
I hate the dub. Oh, sorry.
Quartz into your orbment device. That's effectively going to be your perks, if you will. Think of it that way.
Why the fuck do you have so much Sepith? Why do you have 200,000 mirror?
And it's a really interesting build system. So as you put these quartz in, you'll get a count of Sepith, which is this game's crystallized currency,
Hacks?
if you want to call
Maybe?
it that.
I don't know.
And this
New Game
Sepith
Plus?
will then determine what spells you have available. So if I want to do a full strength build, I'm going to be putting in a lot of red quartz. And then I'll have more access, because they're red quartz, to fire spells. So you can build in a lot of different ways. And it's not just...
The first game... So, the ability system gets added on each game. The first game is the weakest entry, just because there's just not that many choices.
Exclusive to colors. Some quartz will reach across multiple colors. It's really a great build system.
Mm-hmm.
It can be a little confusing at first. The game doesn't do a good job of explaining itself, but I ultimately...
No, you have the Bracer Guide.
Found myself really enjoying the gameplay.
I usually just play through a game once.
While Estelle and Joshua are absolutely the stars of the show, they get the most development as characters in the party cycle in and out.
In the
like
first game,
Olivier, Agate, Tita, etc., etc. What it does lead to is the occasional issue.
Some of you don't know what's being said if you're playing Japanese, just learn Japanese. Easy. Simple.
Where this game will leave you with 2 party members, even though you clearly need 3 or 4 for some of the battles. And difficulty spikes will happen that feel overall unnecessary.
Especially so I'm playing the third on Nightmare. Before you get Tita in the third, holy shit. The game is difficult. The prologue in the third is cooked.
This can make certain encounters a bit frustrating.
Why are you doing this?
Because
Fun.
in the sequel, they do remedy this, and you never have less than 4 party members, because it was pretty important in the first game to have that, but they never quite account for that, I felt, on a balancing front. It also makes things feel,
the first and second
on the
hard.
writing front, while it's all worthwhile, a little bit stale. There are times where I felt like you could have a little bit more flavor injected with additional characters, but instead they cycle them in and out as Estelle and Joshua go on their...
Yeah, the first game was very heavy on guest characters, where someone would show up for a chapter, and then someone would leave, and someone else would come in, then someone would leave, and someone else would come in. The second game, everyone kind of, like, hangs around.
Journey. However, their development cannot be understated. These 2 are the pillars to this entire trilogy. It's important that they get them right, because in the future entries, they matter even more than they do right now. So I get why they gave them the focus, and it's overall worthwhile, but I do think it comes with some gripes. If you can look past those general issues, I think you might have
incredible
something pretty
gameplay.
good here. But for me, that was something that nagged me a little bit as I was going along. Now, one of my favorite things about video games is when they manage to make sense of connecting gameplay mechanics to storytelling. It's just something that feels really good for me, and this game does that pretty well here, even if it means you go on some menial fetch quests, like go here, kill this boss-like enemy, go here, collect 5 of these. What'll happen is, as you complete side quests at the Bracer Guild, your rank will go up, and when your rank goes up, then you'll get certain rewards specific to the Bracer Guild. And as someone who has played almost all of the sequel now by the point of recording this, I can definitely tell you all that it's more worthwhile in this game to go through all of the side content and level up your Bracer Guild rank, because some of the rewards there are super necessary for you to actually succeed, I feel, in fights in a fair manner. Whereas in the sequel, they do a better...
Wait, I just realized. So... Ren, you're gonna realize, you're gonna notice this. I'm gonna show you something. A detail that you probably didn't notice. Trails, Joshua Blackfang. Okay, so this is Joshua using Blackfang. Okay. Now you know what we're looking at here. You know the details. Now let me show you Joshua using Phantom Raid. Well, you can already see it from the thumbnail. What is this fucking dialogue, man? This audio?
I will run no more.
Nice little detail. You know.
Better job balancing things where you don't have to worry as much about it. Still, I thought this was an underrated aspect of the game. Another underrated aspect I want to really shine some light on is the graphical style. It's not quite 3D. It's not quite 2D. I don't know.
I think the world map is obviously 3D. I don't actually know if the character art is. Like, it looks 2D, but they might be like rendered off of 3D models. I'm actually not sure
what you would call this graphical style, but I dig it. It's kind of chibi, it's kind of animated, it's kind of sprite based, it's kind of like Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, 8-directional. Yeah, but they're weirdly high resolution for just being 2D sprites. That's why it throws me off. The pre-rendered 3D models. That makes the most sense.
It's very much its own thing. And I appreciate it for that. Even if you have these weird moments where characters are like walking in place while they're standing at a storefront or whatever, I don't know why this is the idle animation. Maybe it's so that the screen doesn't look so dead when you're walking around town.
Probably.
I can respect that because sprite games struggle with that. You can't just reuse animation skeletons. So it helps make sure that you have something moving on screen when you're working with 3D assets. But this is specifically kind of a weird part that
They also speed up if you hold down turbo mode in dialogue.
Can't put my finger on with this game, but I do dig the graphical style is what I'm trying to say. Now, I am speaking on the end of this as someone who's pretty glowing about the game. I want to emphasize one more time here as we near the wrap up of this video that this game is still slow. Okay, no matter how you chop it up, even if there's
first game especially,
there are still parts that are slow where this game could have been slashed a good 5 to 10 hours. Doesn't make a big difference to me.
The thing with the first game, though, is it's introducing each of the new characters, right? Like, each chapter serves as the introduction. You have Shadowzard's introduction, Agot's introduction, Jin's introduction, Claus's introduction. Like, that's why each of the chapters are the way they are. I'm in the full 3D... Oh, yeah, right, you're in Cold Steel.
No, not really. I'm a lore junkie. I love to see how these worlds get built up and play the sequel and see how it feeds off the first game, which they absolutely do in this series. Like, I look at Dying Light 2, a game that recently came out, and you go, oh, well, you can just play Dying Light 2. You don't gotta play the first game. Not in Trails. No. Like, if you pick up Cold Steel 3 or Cold Steel 4, and that's your first Trails game, I mean, if you're gonna start from something that isn't Sky, at least start from the start of an arc. Just, like,
start from Sky, but if you're gonna play Cold Steel first, at least play Cold Steel 1.
Want to work it backwards? I guess you can, but that's just not the ideal way to do it. So it's a series that'll test your patience, but I think it's well worth it. And I also want to shout out the music. Unfortunately, also, this game's not voiced, so on the sound side of things.
Aha, he did he not? Wait, surely not. Surely not. Did he actually? Oh my god, okay. Anyone who's going to play it, Trails in the Sky, Sora voice. If you're gonna play Trails in the Sky, install the Sora voice mod. It takes the voice acting from the JP game, from the JP PSP games, and puts them on the Steam version. It makes it so much better. Just do it. Just do it. It's like, you just gotta put a fucking file in a folder. Like, don't play the game without the JP voice acting. Just don't do it. There's a video right here. It's 2 minutes long. In general, someone who's not played the game is not that big of a deal. It is a big deal, though. It's such a big deal. It's just, what do you... It's so good. The voice acting is so good.
So, I just want to shout that out personally. But otherwise, Trails in the Sky, pretty good game. Do I say that this is a rush out and buy it right away on PC or get it on your Vita? It's really tough to say because I know it's hit or miss for a lot of people out there, but if you're into a JRPG series, that number one, you're going to get a lot of bang for your buck off of, and that there is a ton of build up and story payoff across an entire...
The JP is better, sure, but the Sky games have such little voiceover. Every single story interaction is voiced. Literally every story interaction is voiced if you play with the Sora voice mod.
Set of games. We're talking like 8+ JRPGs here. Then this is the place to be. We're talking the entire Cold Steel series, which is 4 games. The entire Sky...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You play with the Sora voice mod, the entire game is voice acted. The only things that are not are just random, like, NPCs in town.
Series, which is 3 games, and there's Zero, Azure, there's Hajimari no Kiseki, there's others in Japan that have yet to come to the States. It's insane. It's actually kind of gross, if you will. But I ultimately walked out enjoying it, and I hopped right into the sequel almost immediately. Because when I finished this game, I remember thinking to myself, oh yeah, I didn't really love that. But then I tried to take a break from gaming for a couple days.
No, I disagree. No, I finished the first game. I was like, what the fuck do you mean that happened to Joshua? What the fuck do you mean that all... What are you... No, we're not stopping here.
After I beat a game like I typically do, and I realized all I could think of was Trails. And that I just wanted to see where the story would go next with these characters. There's a strong level of continuity here that pulls me along. And so I hopped into the sequel almost immediately. Again, I couldn't really pace myself, which is kind of ironic with the theme of this video.
First 2 games are not 2 games. They are 1 game in 2 parts. Yeah, it's like the first East game. East 1 and East 2 are not 2 separate games. They are the same game. It is... East 2 is an expansion for East 1. SC is a expansion to SC. Just... Sorry, SC is expansion to FC. Just play the second game immediately. As I was saying earlier, the second game literally takes place with the cutscene that the first game ends on.
So it's this game,
and then TC there's like a 6-month time skip, and Kevin's the main character now. I do like Kevin. Kevin is a lad, but
game that if you can get on sale, I think it's worth a try. It's a nice...
The game goes on sale literally every sale. Literally every single Steam sale, the entire first half of the series is on like a 50% sale.
JRPG. And if you look at it through the lens of, hey, this is a 2004 game, I think you'll be very impressed with some of the things that Nihon Falcom has done. Anyway, To those of you who know nothing about trails, thank you for bearing with me and watching this whole video. I do genuinely appreciate you because I'm sure a lot of it may have been tough to follow, but I hope with my commentary and the gameplay on real display here, you can kind of see what this series is all about. To those of you who are Trails fans, you're welcome. I'll put your game on the map. You can thank me later when this video is mad popular. Anyways, I'm kidding. With that, ladies and gentlemen, take great care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next Retro Rebound.
Wait, let me. Oh, he's got a video on the second part as well. We're not gonna watch that today, but you know. Here's the introduction of Olivia in the second game. Oh, this is not with the voice acting. Content, audio, and you lied to me. Your description lied to me. Okay, well, whatever. Play, if you're gonna play the series, just play with the Sora voice mod. It makes the game so much better. Just do it. Just do it. And you get to hear Estel every time something happens. Be like, understand? Understand? And Tita calling Estel One-chan. And Joshua Oni-chan. And that's all you need. And Olivia being Olivia. Yeah. Anyway, I love this. I love the first two games. I'm loving the third game. As I said, Kevin's a lad. I like Kevin. Yes. The Crossbell games have... Right, it was Crossbell. Yeah. Sorry, for some reason I thought the Azure and Zero were Calvard. I don't know why. Crossbell, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I love these games. Go play them. They're great. They're amazing. Nihon Falcon makes great games. If you don't want, look, if you don't want to play Trails, go fucking play East. Go play East. East is also great. Go play East 8. I don't know. Let me just play the song. I've played it before. It's great. In my opinion, I like Azure more than Sky S. Really? Okay, I'm excited then. Because I love Sky. I love SC. SC's phenomenal. Neon Falcon's such a weird studio. No one fucking knows about this studio outside of Japan. But they have some phenomenal games. They have a Hello Copyright Strike. It's game music. Usually game music's fine. Let me see. Trails. Harmonica. Let me just play it. Where is it? Is this it? Man. What a game. What a game. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. So, yeah. I don't know what to say. Go, do cool things. I don't know. I'm gonna go get some lunch. If you're not seeing today's video about Dylan Raps, go check that out. On the weekend, I'll probably play more Trails. I don't know. Yeah. So I guess enjoy the rest of your day. All the fun stuff. I don't know if anyone's streaming right now. Let's have a look. Let's take a quick look-see. Nah. Okay. Start farming. Peace out. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go. So just fun stuff. And... I don't know what we're playing in the slot next time. We'll have to work that out. Work it out next Silk Song stream. Anyway, bye-bye.